is a fight fan, and he's a fight fan's fighter.
The Ennis Express is a runaway train.
Ain't no pressure when you built for this.
Man down, round one. The truth hurts.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the undefeated super flyweight from San Antonio, Texas, Jesse Bam Rodriguez! The universally recognized undisputed lightweight champion of the world, Devin the Dream Haney!
What up, family, man? Welcome to another episode of Rockin With Rightside, man. We got a special guest in the building today. We got my brother, Major Key Boxing. You know what I'm saying? We're going to bring Major Key in. Now he already in the background. And, man, we're going to be touching on some hot topics today. You know what I'm saying? We definitely got to get his story. Got to hear his breakdown of how he kind of came into where he's at in life now, right? But, man, and we got to get his opinion on some of these hot boxing topics. So, man, first things first, Major Key in the building. Salute. Can you hear me, my brother?
What's going on, bro? I can hear you very well.
Perfect. Is the music too loud for you?
Nah, you good.
All right, cool, man. We're going to give it a few seconds, let some people get in the building, you know what I'm saying? And then we'll definitely get it kicked off. Real quick, shout out to my brother, Brian Corbett in the building, man. Peace, right side, respectfully. Of course, it's always respect over here. We always respect when we come through. So, man, Major Key, first thing, how you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling great, bro. I'm feeling great. It's a beautiful Tuesday afternoon out here in Central Florida. You know what I'm saying? I can't complain.
Okay. So you in Central Florida?
Yeah.
That's I for some reason, bro, I always thought you was in New York.
No. I was in the Bronx until 16 years old. Then I moved down to Miami, and I was in Miami for about 8 years. Then I started bouncing around. I was in Duval County. I was in Broward County. I was all around Central Florida. Went back to New York a couple times, but ultimately I've been in Central Florida. Okay. That's
what's up, man. Real quick, shout out to the girl behind the mic. Much love to you, Queen. Much love for coming through.
What's going on?
Man, Major Key, if you ready, I'm ready, bro. We can get it jumping.
Ready, I'm ready to go. What's good?
Make sure you featured accordingly.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Screw some up. Okay, here we go. There we go, my brother. All right, so first things first, man. Growing up, right? You just told me how you kind of you lived in the Bronx. First things first. How did you grow up? Were you in? Did you grow up with your mother and your father? Did you grow up with your grandparents?
No. Yeah. If you follow me for a long time, you probably already heard the truth about my life. So, my father. You know, so my father, his parents was pretty much a light-skinned, white Puerto Rican woman, and a black green-eyed Dominican man. You know what I'm saying? And then on my mother's side, it was two light-skinned Puerto Ricans. So mother and grandfather. I mean grandmother and grandfather. You know what I'm saying? They moved to New York in the 40s. My mother was born in 1959. My father was born in 1958. So what happened was he was like a Marine, and then he became a police officer in Connecticut, right? And apparently he was violent and stuff like that. So my mother killed him. She killed him with his own gun. You know what I'm saying? He was a police officer. She claimed temporary insanity. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. She did like a couple years. Insanity, and I grew up with my grandmother. My grandmother's the real reason that I got into boxing. My grandmother used to have everybody from the block, you know what I'm saying? Like literally like the whole house where she would throw parties and stuff like that. Old school Puerto Rican stuff in the Bronx. If you're from the Bronx, you already know what that is. You know what I mean? What it looks like. You know what I mean? It kind of looks like a cookout, but in an apartment. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you this real quick. I want to ask, so how old were you, when the situation between your mother and father, how old were you?
I had just turned 3.
Okay, you were real young.
Yeah, I was real young. Young. As a matter of fact, though, I was the first person that seen him dead, though, because we came back from shopping. she said, "Don't go into the bedroom. Your father's sleeping." But she had already known what she did. And I ran like a little kid that doesn't listen to the mother. I ran into the room, and I got a glimpse of that. That shit is staying in my brain. But nevertheless, you know what I mean? My grandmother, like I said, she was a bright spot in my life, you know what I mean? And I remember she used to listen to the Spanish stations, and she was always about Hector Camacho and Chavez, and she used to clip out the newspaper clippings and stuff like that. She just loved boxing, and with Tyson, with the Four Horsemen, like she just loved all boxing. People used to come to our house, back when it was closed caption like that. And they used to just love hanging out with my grandmother. They always had food and beer, you know what I'm saying? Some good music and shit like that. So that's really how I got into boxing. It was just off of the strength that everybody came together. It was like a fun time. Every time there was a boxing event, it was a fun time at my grandmother's house. You know what I mean?
Got you. Yeah, no, I'm with you. So now, did you grow up with any siblings? Brothers, sisters, or?
Well, yeah, my little sister. My little sister, she's 2 years younger than me. God bless her. So she's in the Air Force still to this day. She straight out of high school, she went into the Air Force. She's in the Air Force right now. She's in San Antonio. You know what I'm saying? She's been all around the United States. She's always she got pregnant young though. She got pregnant, I think, like 15 years old. You know what I'm saying? And and it was one of those things where I stopped talking to her until the baby was born. I was like, until my niece was born, I was like, I can't believe that you did this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you ain't gonna be shit in life. And then, she said that motivated her to prove me wrong. And thank God that I guess that shit clicked because like I said, she's straight out of high school. She went into the Air Force and she's there right now. She's still in the Air Force.
Okay, that's what's up. Real quick, man. Shout out to Heaven Sense. Shout out to you, my brother, for coming through. Man, we got my brother LT in the building. What up, LT? Salute to you.
Oh, Heaven Sent, that's a female. That's that's from iTalk, yeah.
My apologies, Queen. I apologize for that. I do apologize. Man, we got the OG in the building, Dr. Mark. You know what I'm saying? Flawless mentality. Shout out to you, Doc. Then we got my brother Josh Sanders in the building as well, man. Appreciate y'all coming through. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button when y'all come through. And man, so now you done moved into your grandma place, or you done moved up to with your grandma. Let me put it that way.
Right.
And so now you got and the Puerto Rican vibe going in the
So let me explain that. Because that was a very unique time, right? Like it was a crack epidemic. It was the burning Bronx, as they called it. There was a high crime rate, right? But there was also, believe it or not, even though there was such a big crime rate because of the crackheads and all of that, and all the drug dealers and all that, at the end of the day, there was also a close-knit community. You know what I'm saying? It was a very close-knit community where they stuck together. That they used to go to each other's houses. Everybody stuck to each other, cooking food, sharing food, if whatever. Like it was a very close-knit community too. Even though it was like the ghetto. You know what I'm saying? Like the Bronx was like in the top of the worst in those days. So with that being said, though. I mean, like I went to school. I was, doing well in school. So, they kind of put me in gifted classes and shit like that. But I was never able to completely focus because of my surroundings. You know what I'm saying? Like the surroundings were always distracting me. You see what I'm saying? So again, this is one of the things that why I love boxing. Because that used to bring people together no matter what. You feel me?
Yeah. No, I got you. I'm with you. So, and if you don't mind for the people, I'm guessing this is the late 70s, early 80s time frame?
This was mid to late 80s. This was
mid to late 80s.
I'm 42. I was born in 1980.
Okay, cool. So when even and it's interesting because like you said, even though it was quote unquote bad times, the community was still close, right? And speaking on that close community, when you have somebody like your grandmother, the matriarch, you know what I'm saying, who,
right?
Hey, that's what a party is, respectfully. Hey, we having a good time over here. You can be safe when you come through, that type of thing. Man, what kind of influence did your grandmother have outside of just boxing? What type of influence did she have on you, just growing up in general?
Just a lot of respect. This is one of the reasons I approach everybody with respect first, bro. I know there's a lot of trolling going on YouTube and shit like that, but that's one of the reasons why I used to snap when I first came into YouTube, because I didn't realize that people actually got away with this type of shit. I don't like to fake. You know what I'm saying? On the YouTube, I try to act as genuinely as possible, the same way that you would, conduct yourself around me in real life is the same way I try to conduct myself around you in real life and on YouTube. But Joe, it's a little crazy the way this shit is. People are quick to snap like if they would really do that to your face. So I had to kind of learn. You know what I'm saying? I had to kind of learn this shit.
No, that's facts, and it's crazy how people, because it is the internet, they'll go and they'll be the big bad wolf on the internet. But I know 9 times out of 10, if we see each other in person, it's not going to be that same energy. And that's why I roll like you. I'm gonna keep it respectful at all times, because if we meet in person, I plan to be respectful. It is what it is.
Facts. And so to add on to that, right? So with the respect factor, I must say this: my grandmother, she was a safe house for crack babies during that time. So I met a lot of different kids, you know what I'm saying, that I wouldn't know later in life, but I knew at that time. Some of them actually still, keep in contact with my mother, because my grandmother, may she rest in peace, you know what I'm saying, her God took her soul, but you know what I mean, they still keep in contact with my mother and stuff like that. But yeah, I had to meet a lot of different kids that were coming through just, for the safe house, and then if their parents did well, then the social services would take them back and give them back to their parents. But there were a couple of kids that stood there long term, and then like my grandmother's son, I won't call him my uncle because he was younger than me, but she raised him from 2 weeks old, and then she left him her condo when she passed away. So you know what I mean? Okay. Now,
First thing, before I don't want to move too far in the story too fast, I want to get as many details here. What was it like? Because with her being a safe haven, like you said, a safe house for these kids, man, and I'm sure you saw a little bit of everything kind of coming through. You know what I'm saying? So, man, being a youngster, living there, seeing these different individuals coming in and out, man, what was your mindset, your thought process at that time, and how do you feel like that affected you in any way, good or bad?
I feel like good in the sense that I was able to socialize more with people, but I never knew what the details were because I was so young. I didn't know that it was a safe house like that. You know what I'm saying? I just thought there was new kids, that my grandmother was watching over. You know what I'm saying? Since everybody like my grandmother, I figured she was just watching new kids. You know what I'm saying? And that this and that. As I got older is when I learned what she was doing. But at that time I didn't know. I just had to. Okay, I got introduced to some new kids, and hey, they're living with us now. Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? We used to share a bedroom. It was only a 2-bedroom apartment, and sometimes it'd be like 4 kids, 5 kids, 6 kids in a room. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you grew up knowing how to kind of understanding that, hey, it ain't always gonna be about me. There are gonna be times that I'm gonna have to sacrifice. Not even thinking of it that way at the time. You know what I'm saying? But just kind of growing up with having kids coming in and out and being, like you said, a safe haven for the kids. Shout out to your grandmas for that, man, because that's really, especially at that era, very important to the communities. You know what I'm saying? To have that individual there. I wanted to ask, when earlier you said, how she kind of was the reason you got into boxing. What's your earliest memories about the parties she may have been having with as far as fight parties, or do you like you said, Hector Camacho, you named some fighters, man, is there any one fighter that kind of stood out? Oh, grandma, she was rocking with him, you know what I'm saying? Or
she was rocking with Hector Camacho, definitely, but she was also rocking with Chavez too, you know what I'm saying?
Julio Cesar?
Yeah, Julio Cesar Chavez and Mike Tyson. She loved Mike Tyson, you know what I'm saying? Because she felt like he was a beast, you know what I mean? I remember calling him an animal in Spanish, animal. Yeah, it's an animal, and she used to laugh her ass off like, this guy's a fucking animal. You know what I'm saying? So,
hey, me and Mike Tyson got the same birthday. That's my favorite fighter of all time. So
yeah. I can't really tell you what the first one, because it was like it's one of those things where you just grow up watching it, and then you at one point shit clicks, and then that what you're watching, right? But I could say that that I pretty much, since when Tyson became popular, I was definitely watching all his fights. We had Mike Tyson Punch Out, and I knew the cheat codes on the old Nintendo. You know You know what I'm saying? Like we was definitely into boxing at that time. But I can't remember what exactly the first fight was because, like I said, we used to watch so many that it just was a matter of me paying attention. And I think it might have been Tyson was knocking somebody out. I think it was a Tyson fight. To be honest with you, I can't tell you who it was against, but all I remember is that everybody came over and it was done like in a minute and a half, and everybody like laughing their asses off, like that shit was done so fast. You know what I mean? Like it was one of them events.
I feel you. Hey, and you had a lot of those when Tyson was in his prime. Hey, you never knew how long. I remember my stepdad at the time, later on in life at least, he was like, hey man, you better sit down. This fight could be over. It may not go that long. So, when you start to hear that, it's like, hey, man. But got next question for you. I know you said you left New York at about 16. So
yeah.
when you were there in New York, if you don't want to give the name of the school or anything like that, that's cool. What was school like? What was the school life like?
I can tell you. I mean, look. So I went to 129, CS 129, which is off of Mapes Avenue and 180th Street, right? For 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. That was around the time they had a living color, and literally there was crack vials all over the fucking schoolyard. You know what I'm saying? We used to play suicide where you throw the ball at somebody's back or somebody's head or whatever. We used to have rock fights, shit like that. You know what I mean? My fucking building was full of just dealers and crackheads and shit like that. I remember my grandmother, there was a crackhead. We lived on the 5th floor and it was a 5-story building. So there was a crackhead that actually lived there on like going towards the roof. But he was a cool guy. He used to keep clean and stuff like that. But he just had a problem and he was homeless. I don't even know if he was a crackhead. He was homeless, right? And she used to send out a plate. I used to bring him the plate and then he would clean that shit and give it back to me. And then I would bring it back to my grandmother. So that's the type of woman that she was. But anyway, like as far as the school, crack vials everywhere. They had cities and schools with latchkey kids, all that shit. Like it was all about low income, right? And so there used to be this older kid that used to come through during the time of In Living Color and used to have like a sock full of rocks and hit the little kids and say, "Homie, don't play that," because he thought it was funny. So we had to deal with that, like running from fucking like older kids that was trying to bully and shit. When I went to Boston Road up north, which anybody from the Bronx knows where Gun Hill Road and Boston Road is. That's a wild neighborhood. That's all black and Jamaican. That's why I went from 1990 to 1996. So I went to 135, MS 135, and over there, that shit was like a different type of wild because different sections you had, like where I lived, Jamaicans and blacks, right? And that was like a real big hood for Jamaicans. And then you go down the street and it's a real big hood for Italians and then Albanians too. And the Albanians were racist. They used to spray the black kids white. You know what I'm saying? Like they were real
Albanians? The Albanians,
bro. They had a group called ABI, Albanian Boys Incorporated. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it was a crazy area in itself. And then when I went to high school, I went to Clinton, to DeWitt Clinton. That's off of Marshallou Parkway, across the street from Tracy Towers. So if anybody from the Bronx knows the Bronx, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So the thing is, I was skipping school. I was getting in trouble a lot. Like literally, like back in those days, I used to go get the mail. And back in those days, they used to send the cards home and put like how many days of school there were in that semester and how many days you were present. And bro, it would be like 45 days of school and I was only present like 4 out of those 45 days, even though I left every day, right? It's because I was skipping school all day long, playing handball, drinking, smoking, just hanging out. So my mother was going to put me into Job Corps when she said, we're moving to Miami, I'm going to put you in a Job Corps. And I told her, no. If that's going to happen, I'm gonna move with grandma. So she's like, all right, I'll tell you what, I'll give you one more chance. But we moving to Miami. So we went to Miami and that's what it was for. But when I got to Miami, I started working, you know what I'm saying? And I moved out of the house when I was 17. I had a girl and I moved out of the crib and I just started my life, bro. From there, I've just been on my own, man. I got 9 kids now.
Okay, now, and we going to, so first thing first, let me do this real quick, Major. Shout out to everybody in chat, man. Much love. D Styles Boxing in the building. Troy Graham in the building. Jay Reddy in the building. Tyco TV in the building. You know what I'm saying? See, my brother Philip H. Am I missing anybody? DP Rocker, Tupac 13. You feel me? Hey man, appreciate my brother R. West is in the building. Much love to everybody coming through. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Major Key Brett, I gotta tell you, this is a hell of a story. Just opening up, this is a hell of a story. So I want to ask. Say it again.
Now I said I told you, bro. Like my history's deep, man. But I'm not over here like with a pissing contest with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like I just own my shit. I know that my life was fucked up, and I just gotta own it now because I got kids. So I can't be the victim out here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a victim. You know what I'm saying? I just gotta push forward.
I agree 100%. Let me ask, what when you named off a bunch of different cultures and individuals, you know, whether it was Albanians, Puerto Ricans, blacks, whatever. What was it, where you were at, you know what I'm saying, growing up, what was the overall, and like I know you're Puerto Rican, what was the influence like there? Was there beef between the different races? Talk to me.
Puerto Ricans and blacks really got along out there. The ones that were made fun of, to be honest with you, was pretty much any other culture, but the Italians were also kind of respected as well. But the Puerto Ricans and blacks, that was like one, and because they used to call us black, and they used to even talk Spanish, and say, talk to our grandmothers and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like they understood. You know what I'm saying? Oh, right, this is part of our culture here. You know what I'm saying? The Bronx was like majority, if not the major minority. You know what I'm saying? In the Bronx for a lot of the 80s. You know, and 70s as well. So there was a big meshing of the cultures over there, you know what I'm saying? And it was all, like I said, about respect. You know, it was all about respect. Everybody worked together. Everybody wanted to make money together. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, my brother's dating your sister. You know what I'm saying? My sister's dating your brother, type of shit. You know what I'm saying? It was all like, it's all love. You know what I'm saying?
So when did y'all? I know I've heard multiple times people talk about how, depending on what city you're in, you know, it may not have been, it may not be beef between. It's usually beef between the different communities, not necessarily race wise, but hey, I live over here. What was the beef like for y'all there? Was it like you just said, it wasn't really racial, but was it based on neighborhood? Like how did it work?
It was based on neighborhood and based on basically the reason it was based on neighborhoods because it was more like drug spots. You know what I'm saying? Like this drug spot, you know what I'm saying? Don't come into my neighborhood. That's really what the Bronx was like. It was like more like drug spots. Yo, you still had your gangs and shit like that, but the gangs really didn't start spilling over until like the mid to late 80s with the 5%ers and then the Latin Kings, and then Bloods came in and Crips and then eventually Trinitarios. And the reason that the Dominicans came in, and remember I'm part Dominican, is because I cannot even lie. Like a lot of people were insulting them. They were fresh off the boat type of deal. You know what I'm saying? Where they didn't know how to speak the language well. They weren't dressing accordingly and shit like that. And people would make fun of them. You know what I'm saying? And so what happened was Dominicans, started like any other group combining forces. And now you have Trinitarios in the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? And that's probably one of the biggest gangs in New York right now.
I'm on mute. Now, say that one more. What's the name of this gang? Say it again.
Trinitarios. So like Trinity, but Trinitario, and it's they call themselves Patria. Yeah, but that's a Dominican gang, and they pretty much run it like remember that kid Junior that got stabbed up by mistake? That happened by Trinitarios. They did that. They thought he was one of the ops, and it wasn't him, and they ended up killing this little kid. You know what I'm saying? In a bodega, and he tried to get to the hospital, and he died on the way. You know what I'm saying? Because they stabbed him up. It's a ruthless gang. It's a real ruthless gang. But it's one of those things is where they were kicked so many times that they said fuck it. You know what I mean? And when you corner an animal, bro, they're gonna act wild. And that's pretty much like with every other gang that came into existence. It's the same shit.
Man, that's wild. So my next question for you: when I know. We just talked about how you're half Dominican, half Puerto Rican. What's and this is an honest question. I hope I don't take it the wrong way. But what are the cultural differences between the Dominican Republic and Puerto Ricans? what were the big major cultural differences?
Well, okay, so just kind of like the way our accents are different, and then also it just seems like they just don't get along, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying, there's just like you know, a lot of insults towards each other. You know what I'm saying, like because the Dominicans feel very proud. You know what I'm saying, because they've never had any help from any government, and they feel like the Puerto Ricans sold out to the United States by becoming a Commonwealth. And then the Puerto Ricans feel like, you know what, you guys are like, you know, like a third world country compared to us. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, they have different foods, but then they have similar foods, and it's like, it's just bugged out. It's just like, it's really, it's nonsense, to be honest with you, because I'm Puerto Rican Dominican, and I can tell you it's complete nonsense. But nevertheless, when you grow up like with segregation, like when I came to the South, I understood how segregated people were, but I didn't see that type of segregation up north. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. You know, I'm from Georgia, so being down here, growing up in the South, I done seen it my whole life. And then when I have been to other places, it's like, nah, people, it's nothing. It ain't always the same. I ain't gonna say it's nothing like it ain't always the same, if that makes sense. So, and it's interesting to me because me being on the outside looking in, I always see it seems to be a beef there, but. And this is me, the layman, right? I'm a layman when it comes to the different Latin cultures. And so a layman looking in, I'm like, man, y'all are very similar in my opinion. And they will be quick to tell me, no, we not similar, bro. We're not the same. And it's like, okay, why not? And so that's why I asked that question, just trying to get a better understanding of it.
Yeah, the only difference is what happened over the years of slavery, because in each island there was different levels of slavery, and each island liberated themselves at different points. You know what I'm saying? Like America liberated itself at whatever time, you know, it liberated itself, and then still had problems or whatever. But the islands, they all liberated themselves, just like the South America, they all liberated themselves at a particular time from their conquerors. You know, without the help of the United States, we all liberated ourselves at the same time or different times, but it was our own, you know, island or country that did it. So, you know, the things that happened during that time that we were being conquered, those are the differences, really, like when we came out of it.
Okay. And now, you and my brother Brian Core caught this earlier. You brought up one of them New York terms, the bodega, right?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna find a bodega in Georgia. I'm not gonna find one probably. Break down the bodega, man, because I've heard it's been explained. It's a spot you get food at. You kind of shop there, but you may be doing business there as well.
A bodega is a little corner store, a little superette, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Where you got a bunch of signs on the front that you can't even see through, you know what I mean? And when you go in, they got a bunch of candy for mad cheap. You know what I'm saying? They selling you hot sandwiches, some chopped cheese, some, you know, if you were the type to eat ham, you could get some hot fucking ham and cheese. You could get, cream cheese and jelly bagels. You could get some turkey and cheese. You could get hot bread in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Where you just take it across the street to your house with some coffee, you know what I'm saying, or some hot chocolate, and boom, like you throw the butter on there, and that shit melts immediately because it's hot. It's fresh off the press. You know what I mean? But then you got your little, you get your beer, your cigarettes. You know what I'm saying? You play your lotto, whatever. But at the end of the day, it's really just like a quick stop. You know what I mean? It's like but not as big as a quick stop. It's just a quick stop though. You know what I mean? And if you need something like a toilet roll, then you're gonna pay out the ass for it. You know what I mean? You know, like you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you're gonna pay like for kitty litter or something, you're gonna pay out the ass for it. You know what I mean? That's why you're gonna see some of those are like years old because nobody pays those prices. However, everything else though in the store that stays on rotation. You get the cheap juices, the cheap snacks, the chopped cheese, like I said, all the sandwiches, you know. Yeah, man. It's like and if you in the hood, then when you go out there in the middle of the night, they'll still sell you stuff. They're 24 hours, but they're gonna sell you it out the window. So it's gonna be a rotating window. So you put your money there, you tell them what they want, they go get it. They tell you the price, you put your money, and then they give you the shit.
Okay. Real quick, man. Shout out to my brother Reggie Owens in the building. Let me see. Hey, Cooking with the Champ is in the building. Salute to Cooking with the Champ. If y'all didn't catch that episode, a hell of an interview with him as well. Man, my brother always he said, man, what is chopped cheese? When you say chopped cheese, break that down. Is it a
Yo,
sandwich?
so like
Is
he
it?
said it, look, he said it. It's like an inside out cheeseburger. It's like basically like in a it's wrapped up, but it's like a chopped up cheeseburger wrapped up.
So it's a chopped up cheeseburger wrapped up in what? In like aluminum foil?
No, bro. Like no. It's like in like a tortilla, almost like a burrito, but we don't want to disrespect it and call it a burrito. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's basically just like look, Brian Corbett is telling you right there. You know what I'm saying? It's ground beef with cheese, just not a patty. You know what I'm saying? It's wrapped up. It's not like on a yeah, man.
Okay. Oh. See, and this is why I asked these questions, because it's not there, and it could be, you know, like somebody like myself. I'm thinking chopped cheese. Shout out to the Queen Lisa Bell's in the building, man. Much love to Lisa. But yeah, it's just it's hard for me to understand it, and so it's like it's in a wrap. It's more like in a wrap.
So, yeah. Well. Yeah, look. The best way to describe it, I guess, is what Brian is saying. So sort of like a Philly cheese. Like it's not all together. It's deconstructed. You know what I'm saying?
No,
no,
I'm not, and I don't mean that. I'm just like.
Well, you got to ask these
I need
people.
to Google it.
They all still in New York, man. I haven't been in New York in like 20 years. So you gotta have to ask them exactly what it looks like nowadays, bro. I just remember what the fuck it was when I was eating that shit.
I got you, bro. We gonna move forward on it. It's like maybe a gyro sandwich. Okay.
Yo, yeah. We got gyro sandwich. Yeah.
Now what I'm saying, hey, people describing it in so many different ways. You got it's like chopped barbecue. Okay, I gotta go to definitely. I've never been to New York, so definitely want to try something like that, man. So, but moving forward. Man, when you're in school, did you play any sports in school? And I know you said, it was hard for you even to be in class. I mean, be there at times. So, just were you an athletic individual in school? Did you?
Yeah. I used to play. Okay, so I used to go to a particular church, right? And we used to play flag football over there, right? And we used to camp. We used to do winter camping, right? I was part of a little group. It kept me focused on different things, learning different things. So I went winter camping. I went to Bear Mountain, like with snow. We had to clear the section and light a fire. Like, we look for the wood and light the fire and pitch the tents and all of that. And then we played manhunt before we ate. You know what I'm saying? So like I did stuff like that. But when it comes to the sports, I did baseball when I was young. I played for Pee Wee League, but then I got out of that, bro. I didn't really like. I liked to watch it, but I didn't really like to play it because it was like so long, like just to get an inning through. You know what I mean? Like, and before it's your turn to bat. So I just really I felt like I wasn't really being active. So when I moved to the North Bronx, you know what I'm saying, is really when I got into basketball. And I got real nice with the hands, bro. Like I was making shots, like, bro, like people used to want to jump me because I was so nice with it. A lot of the people I used to play with on a regular basis over there on Allerton Avenue, they were part of like the PAL league. You know what I'm saying, the PAL, and they used to have the N1 tours around there and shit like that. And I used to play with a lot of these guys, But then I got into handball in high school, and once I got into handball, bro, like forget about it. Like that's a Puerto Rican sport, bro. I loved handball, bro. I used to play behind Yankee Stadium, the old Yankee Stadium. They used to have handball courts over there. I used to play with the pros over there, and I loved handball. I just couldn't get enough of that shit. That's why I used to skip school to play. I used to play handball all the time.
Okay. Keep going. Okay.
Yeah, no. And then after that, I mean, it was pretty much just music. It was music. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got into music. I used to spit. I used to be a battle rapper. I used to fucking perform in clubs and stuff like that. But down south, it was a fresh new sound because I was Puerto Rican from the Bronx, and there wasn't a lot of us doing that at that scene at that time. And so I got connected with a lot of people. Like I met Jin, the little Asian dude that.
Hey, I rock with Jin. I'm a fan of Jin.
I met him and the dude that used to lead his group, which was Mike the Ripper. May he rest in peace.
I remember Mike the Ripper too.
I've seen Pitbull around. You know what I'm saying? I've seen like a lot of people just around the area, just in the same places. Just because we used to be at the same places. But besides that, man, like I kind of like I had to deal with my family, bro. So it was the one thing, it was I had to work and provide for my family or go all in. You know what I'm saying? Balls deep to go ahead and try to do this music. And I really didn't feel like that was responsible of me at the time. So I just started working and
now, but before you, I don't want you to get too deep because I want to make sure we stay on the time frame. So especially for the people, when the handball, when you were playing handball, I'm guessing this was somewhere between 12 to 14 in your life.
That was between 1993 and 1996.
And so you're able to play handball and break down handball for the pool. Once again, somebody like myself, I've never played handball. So break it down.
It is literally, it's like almost like tennis, but half court with your hands. And I'm gonna tell you right now, because you gotta put spin on it. You gotta put cuts. You gotta use different paces. You gotta use angles the right way. It's a very tough, and you're running the whole time. So it's like tennis in a way, but half court. So everything's quicker.
Amazing. I ain't mad at it. So now you getting ready and break down the move and how it happened. You going from the Bronx, New York, down to Florida. How did all that play out?
So my mother just said, "Yo, I never been to Miami in my life. I never been to Florida." My mother said, "We're moving down there." So I take a plane. It's me and my sister's baby daddy at the time because he was actually a friend of the family. You know what I'm saying? And that's the only reason that he ended up getting my sister pregnant so early, because he was a friend of the family. You know what I'm saying? So that whole shit happened right there. But he was going down to help us settle in. And we stopped at the airport, right? And in ATL, they stopped us. Like, we had to like pause real quick, catch a different flight to get to Miami. So first things first, they checking us and shit for drugs. And I wake up, I'm sleeping, bro. I wake up at the fucking terminal, like, what the fuck? Like, well, can we check your bags? I'm like, go ahead, man. And I went back to sleep. Get to Miami, it's fucking raining like always it is in Florida. And fucking all I see is palm trees, bro. I feel like I'm in one of those like little video games back in those days. Remember Cruising, the video game Cruising, the arcade game? You know what I'm saying? Like I felt like I was in that, like the wind blowing the palm trees and it's raining. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck, bro? Like, what is this? I can't believe I'm here. You know? So that was the first thing, right? But then I start meeting people and their sound was completely different. Like, I thought everybody was calling me Doug, right? I'm like, yo, my name ain't Doug, right? But they were saying, "What's up, Doug? What's up, Doug?" Like dog, like like instead of saying dog, they were saying Doug. Yeah. Hey, what up, Doug? Dog? Yeah, but it was saying Doug. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what? And then they had the fucking the booty shaking music with Uncle Luke, I-95 and all that. You know what I'm saying? Or 95 South. And you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I'm trying to tell you, bro, it was a completely different feel. It was a completely different feel. But everybody that I seemed to bump into liked me. You know what I'm saying? They was fucking with me. So I was like, all right, I'm enjoying this. You know?
Was it a culture shock moving from?
Definitely a culture shock.
And I know you brought the language up, but not outside of just the language, you're going from somewhere where the winter can be, you tell me what the winter is up in New York. It's cold. And then you come down to a place like Florida, and like, man, you got great weather minus the rain, which it can rain every day, and it'll still be 97 degrees out there. Never figured that out.
Yo, it was definitely hot as hell, bro. I wasn't enjoying that, but you know what? I learned to troop it, bro, in the hot ass weather, because that's what we had to do, especially at nights. That nobody had a whip. Some of us had whips, but they were doing their thing, most of the time, and so we didn't have a whip. We had to troop it. You know what I'm saying? And but I said this in one of my rhymes. I said, move to Piranha, learn the 305 grind. And I said, but look, they knew this Chico lost his mind, so we bonded, connected with shit like drugs, bitches, and rhyming, right? And that can sum it up right there. Yo, it's the same shit everywhere you go, bro. It's the same shit everywhere you go. It doesn't matter. Hoods are different. People act different. They set you up differently. They hustle differently, but it's the same shit everywhere. Everybody still got the same agenda, the same goal. It's just how they operate in their area. That's it.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Hey, man, real quick, man, shout out to my brother in the building, man. The historian, the boxing historian, much to you, brother. Much love. My brother IB, who I be in the building. Salute to you, King. Much love to you, brother. I hope I missed you, man. I apologize if I missed y'all, but man, moving forward. So now you're into that culture down, or you done moved into the culture down in Florida. Man, break it down. I know you kind of said how you wanted to go the music route, but you felt like that could be a tad bit irresponsible at times. Man, break down your music career first. How did it start and where did it go?
I probably laid down like 40 tracks when I was active and stuff like that. I had a bunch of rhymes. But I didn't lay everything down. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Like some of the people, like I said, I've been in battles versus Jen's camp. This dude recognized he's part of Springs Music. He raps with Tech 9. I actually have a track with him back in the days, bro. And this is like around the time that he actually battled before the ball dropped in New York for MTV, back when MTV was popular. I had a track with him. You know what I'm saying? I was all around the underground scene in Miami. But that's one of the things that I loved about Miami, because everybody was so cool back then. Because here's the thing. One person told me, and this dude lived in the complex that I had first moved to. And he was an old school cat from Chicago. And he said, hey, man, you go do all right over here, man, based on what I see, little homie. But listen, man, you just got to make sure they're going to try to check you out here. They're going to try to test you. Make sure you don't let them test you. And I had already had that in my mind because I'm from New York. You know what I'm saying? But when he told me that shit validated everything. I was like, you know what? I ain't letting nobody fucking get nothing over on me. And with that being said, bro, I became mad cool. The first place I moved was Perrine. Then I lived in South Miami Heights. I lived in fucking Goose. I lived in Homestead. I used to hang out in Naranza, hang out, bro, in all these fucking different areas that is not ill-advised for you to go over there if you don't know people. But I knew people, so it didn't matter. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I was going there by myself. You see what I'm saying? And that was the beautiful thing about it. It was just like all of my homies was mad cool, bro. Like I'm talking about Converse on, bro, fucking blown out afros, you know what I'm saying? Listening to Bone Thug or fucking, you know what I'm saying, or swamp music, or, you know, back in those days, you know, fucking ATLians, you know what I'm saying? All the down south shit, bro. Like you know what I mean? You khakis and fucking little polos on, you know, little Tommy Hilfiger polos and shit.
Yeah.
Scruffy dudes, man. The scruffy dudes. I used to hang out with a lot of them, you know what I mean?
Hey, look, that's funny because I'm around. This is the time around that I'm coming up. I'm an '88 baby myself, and so although you a tad bit older, those same trends going down in Georgia as well. You know what I mean? So, man, when you came or when you got to Florida, and I know you said you got 9 kids, man. Break down when you met your old lady. You know what I'm saying? Respectfully, of course, respectfully. When you
I got 4 baby mamas, you know what I'm saying? My first wife, she was a Venezuelan female, you know what I'm saying? And she actually was my first girlfriend, but I broke up with her like after a month. I'm like, she's a little younger minded for me, you know what I'm saying? I was on some whole different level, you know what I mean? Like, you know, we were bringing guns to school and acting wild and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like we were, but not like these crazy kids now actually shooting up the school. It was just for protection, because back in those days, people used to do that, you know what I'm saying?
Now, this was in New York, though, right? Correct?
No, this was in Miami.
Oh, okay. So this was okay. Keep going. My bad. So we are in Florida.
Yeah. So now, like, with her, when I went to, I got her pregnant when I was 18. The baby, Gio, which is my oldest one, he popped out when I was 19, and I got her pregnant after I went up to New York for 2 months, and I went up there for 2 months, and I got arrested for selling crack. Observation of sales is the exact term, but they couldn't find anything and shit like that, so they made me plead guilty to disorderly conduct, even though that shit had really no bearing or whatever. But I had to do it because they said if not, you have to come to court back and forth for every month for a year, and so you might as well just plead guilty. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I pled guilty for that, and they said they'll expunge it off my record, so it's not on my record. But at the end of the day, when I went, like when she bailed me out. She sent $1,000 to my mother, okay, because her parents had money. So she sent $1,000 to my mother and said, get him out. He said he's gonna come over here and move back over here when he's out. So please bail him out. So this little 16-year-old girl, I just turned 18 because I was dating her since when I was 16 and she was 14, right? She sent my mother $1,000 to put for bond to get me the fuck out. So I say, yo, when I get down there, bro, I'm fucking, I'm knocking her up, bro. Fuck that shit. You know what I'm saying? I said, she just bailed me out of jail, bro. I gotta knock her up when I get down there.
Hey, it's real love now, brother. It's real love now.
So I ended up doing that. You know what I'm saying? We had 3 kids together. We were together till 2004. But, her family was so involved in my life that I just couldn't have that shit no more. And I ended up meeting my second baby mom. You know what I'm saying? And then that was like a real quick one. I had 3 daughters with her, but like in 3 years. And then I bounced on her. You know what I'm saying? Then I was with my ex. I had 2 children with her, but we were together for like 10 years. Right? And then now after that toxic ass relationship, now I'm with my current wife, and we have this is actually this is my second marriage right now with my current wife, because that's the one for me. You know what I mean? I'm old enough to realize it's the one for me. She's too good at it. So we got one together right now.
That's a beautiful thing, though. When you find the one, it's a beautiful thing, man. So let me ask this: your kids, what if you had to break down your relationships with your kids? How would you break them down? Like, are you close to all of them? I know how respectfully the kids. You never know how they're gonna jump off, but.
No. Well, the first 3, we were tight when they was young, but then when their mother moved them to Chicago because she was spiteful of me, we kind of grew a little distant. I just actually today's my son's my second oldest son's birthday. I just spoke to him a little while, like an hour ago. You know what I'm saying? And talking to him about happy birthday and this and that. So he just turned 22. You know what I mean? So just spoke to him literally like an hour and a half ago. But besides that, the other 2 boys from that relationship, we don't really see eye to eye. You know what I mean? They feel a little like I did them dirty when really their mother's the one that moved them to Chicago. Besides that, I see all of my other kids. I see all of my other kids. And as a matter of fact, 2 of my sons, so one from my previous relationship and one from my relationship right now, they both live with me.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
And I think, somebody like myself, I'm a father myself. And I want to. My question is, with your father not having the opportunity to play that role in your life, did it make you want to go back and be more involved with your kids to make sure you gave them something that you weren't able to receive?
It did, absolutely, man. One of the things, I told you about my sister, right? Because I didn't really grow up like that with my brother, but I have an older brother. He's 4 years older than me. You know what I'm saying? And he always apologizes to me for not being in the picture. You know what I'm saying? He always apologizes to me. So, and I told him recently, I'm like, you know what? Don't even worry about that, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't even have time to absorb that whole shit yourself. You know what I mean? Everything that happened, because we have different mothers but the same father. So he always felt like my mother was the murderer of our father, and, kind of held me like I was attached to that, not realizing that, we both were young, bro. Like, I didn't do this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
you just walked in. To be honest about it, respect it.
Yeah, man.
And so, go ahead. Okay, I was gonna say. So now you done transition, right? And we're going back in life. You transitioned to Florida. Man, what was your first solid job? Not anything dealing in the streets. Not anything dealing with rap, with music. What was in your opinion, what was your first solid job? You was like, hey, I can hold a family down with this job. What was that first job for you?
Well, shit, man, I'm going to be honest with you. Look, so I started off this was a bullshit job. I worked for Papa John's, right, as a teenager while I was working in school. So that gave me some extra money so I could buy my gear. You know what I'm saying? Just pay for blunts, you know what I'm saying? Buy whatever we needed, right? So, the little sandwich truck used to be outside the schoolyard, you know what I'm saying? Because it is Florida. I'm getting some hot food at lunch while everybody else is eating fucking, food from the school. So I had a little bit of money and shit like that. But then that only lasted for like a month and a half. After that, I started working at Pizza Hut. And I'm going to be honest with you, I ended up working for Pizza Hut. I became a general manager mad young. By the age of 21, I was a general manager. Before I turned 18, I was a shift manager. So I was making full-time hours, you know what I mean? And back in those days, that was okay because rent wasn't that expensive back in those days. You know what I'm saying?
You could send the family off of that salary, yeah.
But back then I didn't even have a family. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just like living like, this is for weed, this is for rent, you know what I'm saying? This is for the light, and also I'm living with this chick at the time. And so we both managers and we both, splitting the bills. So it was all good, and I end up getting into restaurants because of that, and I made a lot of money with that. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Like because I was a general manager for pretty much the whole time that I was working in restaurants, except for when I was young. And then the work-life balance wasn't really good, so I ended up going into call center. And when I went into call center, I worked for JP Morgan Chase, and that was really good money, and that was like real professional. So I was always dressed, nice, polo suits, this and this and that, and that's what really like got me to that whole different level, and that's why I got into insurance and what I'm doing today.
And break that down, and like you just brought up the insurance piece of it, speak on currently. You know what I'm saying? If you don't mind, currently talk about what you do, the important, I do want to have this conversation, the importance of insurance, right? Especially when we talk about life insurance. And we know we got to have car insurance. We know that. You probably got to have homeowners insurance. But a lot of people, especially in the Black community, I know a lot of individuals don't have life insurance, right?
Yeah.
Can you speak on the importance of that?
The importance of that is that a lot of people don't realize that you can, especially depending on what type of life insurance you have. Some are by term. It's called term life insurance. Some of them you can go into variable, right? And then here's the thing: you can actually take loans throughout the life of that insurance policy, right? And it's important because it's cheaper when you're younger, but a lot of young people feel like there's no need for it, right? But they're completely wrong, because this is stuff that you can actually use for your benefit in the future. You can use this to take money out and to invest in yourself and stuff like that. But people don't really think about that. It's like you're paying into like a whole, you're putting capital aside for yourself in some of these life insurance policies. But the thing is, it gets more expensive as you get older, because the older you get, the more risk there is. Any type of insurance, because I have 3 different insurance licenses. I have health insurance, life insurance, and I have personal lines, which deals with homeowners and car insurance, right? So here's the thing. Insurance is shared risk. That's what it is. If you look up insurance, basically it's shared risk. So they're going to charge you more, right, and charge the next person less, depending. So if you're 22 years old, right, no fucking health issues, you know what I'm saying? Like, nothing at all, nothing going on in your life that's dangerous or nothing like that. And then you deal with somebody that's a fucking boxer and 50 years old, you know what I'm saying? And with a lot of health conditions, bro, they're going to be completely different rates in the same, they go by zip code. In the same zip code, you're going to have completely different rates because of the risk, the shared risk. They're going to charge you more for the amount of risk you bring to, that's what underwriting is all about. So it's important, though, for everybody to get their insurance mad early. And if you could get locked into health insurance early as well, you know what I'm saying, something that works for you long term, get into that as well, because everybody needs some good insurance. But the problem is that in the United States over here, bro, like these health insurance companies and these life insurance companies, they really don't give a fuck about the people. So it's rare to find something that's really good for you. Right now, I think like the United States is going downhill with its policies and all of that. But that's a whole different conversation.
I ain't mad at you, and I'm always willing to have that conversation if we go there. But I mean, and I agree with you. I think insurance policies goes into what I like to call financial literacy. If especially life insurance policies, regardless of how long, and this is just my quick spiel on this, regardless of how long you're gonna live, it probably ain't gonna happen the way you think it's gonna happen. So you should always be protecting yourself as well as protecting your family. And so if something does happen, they can grow and benefit. And it is what it is. It is what it is. They can grow, benefit, and they're not in debt because you didn't expect the worst to happen. Respect, of course. And not wishing nothing on nobody.
But you're right. It's for what if. What if? You have to think about what if. You can't act like you're invisible or invincible. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to think about what if, and you don't want to protect your family. But the problem is not a lot of people think that, nothing's going to happen. And also investing in yourself. You don't want to work for other people your whole life. You want to work for yourself at some point. You want to work for yourself. Invest in yourself. And that's why these variable, life insurance policies can really help you, because you can take a loan out against yourself. And, it's money that you already put in.
Thanks.
You know what I'm saying? So, just think about that when y'all, when y'all sitting down with your wifeys or just planning your life, even if you're single, just think about that shit. You know what I mean? Just think about like how you're going to invest in yourself in the future, because you don't want to be like a deadbeat in 20 years just because you want to spend every little dime, every single time you get a paycheck. The day before you get your next paycheck, your balance is negative or less than $1. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to do that. You don't want to live paycheck to paycheck. That's what the government wants you to do. You want to live, smart, not hard.
Right. And you don't want to be a burden. You don't, especially after you done passed, you don't want to be a burden to your kids, your family. Put them in a better situation as well. You know what I'm saying? That's my opinion on it. But
that's facts. No, I agree 1,000%.
So now, man, moving forward, I got a question. Man, so you started your boxing channel, right? Major Key Boxing. Man, what made you start that channel? You do a hell of a job, right? And I got a lot of respect for you, regardless, but you do a hell of a job, man. Man, what made you start the boxing channel?
To be honest with you, is just basically like I like going on different people's channel, but if for some reason there's something that I have to say and I don't get the opportunity to speak on somebody else's channel, I want to be able to speak on it on my own channel. I don't give a fuck. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't come here. Listen, I never came here to start a clique, to be part of something else. I'm cool with a lot of people. Anybody will tell you that I got like fucking like mad numbers for these content creators and these boxers. I got mad phone numbers. But the thing is that I use that shit, sparingly, because I want it to be genuine, unique, and I want to have a fun time. It's on my time because it's my channel. See what I'm saying? But a lot of these people, they feel real cocky when they run their channels, and they want to shit on you. And so I immediately respond. If something happens like that, I go live on my own channel, and boom, boom, I'm clapping back immediately. You know what I'm saying? But I really just like to when I want to go live, I just want to talk my boxing. You see how I manage my channel. I try to keep that shit respectful, even though there's a little smoke here and there. You know what I'm saying? We have fun with it, this and that. But I try to, for the most part, to keep the trolling out. You know what I mean?
You and me. I gotta tell this story quick, Major Key. I gotta say, I hit my brother up and I was like, "Hey man, you gonna hop on the show?" This. He said, "Hey, who got the smoke for me? Is it free?" I was like, "No, this ain't no free smoke over here. It ain't free smoke. It's about you, brother." And I one thing that I respect about you is whenever me and you done had any encounters, right? We don't always agree on topics, and we're gonna talk about some of the topics we disagree on, but it ain't never been no type of disrespect toward each other. And whenever you run into individuals who can run their channel that way, not being very respectful, regardless if we agree or not, I got a lot of respect for you simply by the way you're moving. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate that. And that thing, I can see you now in Coach Malachi chat. It's gonna be love. I know that. You feel me? Regardless of what our last conversation was, it's gonna be love.
It's always go
ahead.
I was gonna say it's always like that with me, bro. Is that the thing is that if we got a disagreement right now, let's hash that shit right now. We don't need to spill this shit over to next week or to tomorrow or nothing like that. Let's handle this shit right here. You know what I'm saying? Right now, right here. And then if there's no smoke for that, right? Because sometimes it's smoke because we just like it's a Friday night. We just want to get that smoking. Sometimes it's like that. But then sometimes it's just a normal day. It might be a hump day. You know what I'm saying? And we just chilling. And, we just disagree. And we say, okay, yeah, I see where you're coming from, bro. But I disagree. It's all good, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. It's just easy as that. It's easy as that, bro. But, they asking for the link. I don't mind doing a little Q&A for a little bit.
Okay. Hey, yeah, we're going to. I want to get into these boxing questions first.
You get to where you want to get to first. And then, like I said, I'll open up.
Yeah, definitely. We gonna get to this boxing talk now, and then after that, like my brother, he said, hey, drop the link. We gonna definitely drop the link, and if y'all have questions, feel free to jump on. Only thing I ever ask when you jump, respectful. That's it. And so, man, we got to talk about the sport of boxing right now, right? This is how we met. First things first, man, and this is one of the situations that we disagree on, right? Mm-hmm. Errol Spence and Bud Crawford, right?
Right.
My first question is that, do you think that fight is going to happen? Regardless of However
No.
we want to. Okay, go ahead.
No, I don't.
I agree with you. I don't think the fight will happen either. Break it down for me, because you know, I be on Bud. And I love Bud. I really like Bud. I'm a fan of Bud. But
I'm a fan of.
I think he dropped the ball in this situation. But break it down and tell me, break that whole situation down. And I want you to do, because normally when we talk about it, you speak on the longevity of the fight being made, right? And how there was ducking previous to this latest incident, right? And so, man, break it down as far as how you see that EJ versus Bud, the drama that went on with one another. Break it all the way down as to why you think, and correct me if I'm wrong, you would say that Errol Spence was the one who ducked versus Bud, correct?
No, actually,
Okay.
what I think his team did. I don't think either of the fighters. They're both fighters. They're both fighters. I think that both of them want to get in the ring with each other, but I think that Errol's handlers are the ones that have been holding him back from the fight. Why? We can all speculate on why. I'm not going to sit here and speculate all night long and debate people about that. And the reason why is because at the end of the day, I don't think the fight's going to happen anyway. If Spence fights Thurman at 154, I don't think he's moving back down. And that's just honestly what I believe. You know what I mean? I think
agree with you.
He stated before that he was struggling to make 147. He stated before what the plans were from Al Heyman for him to fight other boxers. Terrence Crawford happened to get the strap. He happened to move up. He happened to call him out, and this and that. And there was a lot of shit going on in the background. I don't think that necessarily is Errol Spence. That's the problem, though. When you say that, look, I don't blame Terrence Crawford, then they automatically think that you're blaming Errol Spence. And that's the problem with a lot of us. We don't get to the end of the conversation because we don't listen to each other's conversation. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not blaming Errol Spence. What I'm trying to say is that his handlers, his team, for one reason or another, that's up for speculation, for debate, and that's not something I'm here to do. But that's a whole different category. What happened in the background, that's a whole different category. But you asked him to leave Bob Arum, he did, came to the table. You know what I'm saying? Still, it's a bunch of like low numbers, and even Errol Spence himself joked about it, like, I didn't really mean 730 or 80-20. I was just messing around. But people took me seriously. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was laughing his ass off when he was asked that question. So I mean, at the end of the day, man, I'm not mad at either fighter, man. If their legacy is not meant to be, it's not meant to be, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's just not meant to be. I wish it would have happened, though. I wish if he does move up to 154, he does drop the belts, so at least Crawford could get an opportunity, or vice versa. Whoever the fuck wants to move up, just move up and just let the other person get the belts.
I can't I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing at all. I know, and it's interesting to me, simply like you just said. A lot of times, I think we usually agree, the majority, not saying just me and you, overall, when we talk about this, I don't think either fighter really didn't want to fight. But the politics, and this leads into another question, because I heard recently, right, we had the Adrian Broner fight. I was looking forward to seeing AB. I thought, hey, AB, he ain't gonna fight, or he's not gonna get his hands out of his pockets, respectfully to AB. But I got a lot of love for AB, and I still want to see him fight. And now that fight has been postponed, we're gonna go with postponed. It seemed like Michael Williams Jr. had his jaw broken. I hear people coming out saying, well, this is Al Heyman and whoever else, Espinosa, that they trying to shut AB down. Do you think there is a movement right now behind the scenes to shut AB down?
To be completely out, there possibly can be, but I don't think for this particular situation. I'm not gonna. That's conspiracy theory for me, bro. Like, when it comes down to it, the dude got his jaw broken in two different places. What I think was his sparring was mismanaged. Like, you know what I mean? And that was, if I'm not mistaken, Roy Jones in the corner over there. So, something happened there that shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have gotten that violent, especially a week before the fight. But something happened there where he got his jaw broken in two different spots, bro. And So I think somebody put the what do you call that? The X-ray of his jaw. So if that's true, I don't know if it's true or not, but if that's true, the X-ray, and he's got 2 parts of his jaw broken like that, that's just mishandling of the fighter a week before. You know what I'm saying? Like the dude that was sparring him that broke his jaw like that to lose his cut. You know what I mean? Straight up.
But and I agree with you, and it was interesting to me when I heard what Roy Jones said about the situation, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, hey man, Roy, you regardless, I'm not familiar. Usually when you get into that last week and a half before the fight, you normally focus more on making weight, right? You're getting ready, you're cutting weight, that type of thing. A lot of times, you may be hitting the pads, the mitts, but I'm not real familiar with fighters sparring that late into or that close to a fight. Have you heard of fighters sparring that late or that close to a fight?
I haven't. Shout out to Coach Malachi. He actually had Anthony Peterson on. And Anthony did say, like, it's par for the course, but it shouldn't have been that rough, though. It shouldn't have been that rough, but sometimes it happens. So, but I don't understand that it happens in 2 different parts of your jaw. You see what I'm saying? That is like, that means you got like, what, 2 hooks in and broke that shit. Like, you made sure you broke that shit, like, that's crazy.
I will say, normally when the jaw breaks, if it break on one side, it's gonna break on the other side normally.
Well, but
maybe
it'll break in a tilted angle, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this was like clean,
Agreed.
like clean breaks. Like, it's like based on, like I said, I don't know if the X-ray was true or not, but based on the X-ray, it looked like 2 like almost identical separations on the jaw.
So what you telling me? It looked like he was getting his ass whooped in sparring, respectfully, of course.
Basically, yeah.
Man, going into, I want to ask about BLK. Man, what do you, as far as the new promotion with them coming out, having the Bud Abinesian fight, looking to make this fight with AB, man, what do you think about BLK Prime? Do you think they're for the sport? Are they hurting the sport? I done heard it from both ways. What's your thoughts on it?
We don't know yet. Right now, what we know is that they're trying to grab names and bring them into the stable, and they're willing to invest money. We don't know who the whole committee of investors are, and if they have deep pockets, it's great for the sport. Look what happened with the Zone. We didn't know what happened. We didn't know at first. We thought they weren't sustainable. They happen to have that Arab money. You know what I'm saying? They got that Arab money to the point where they're building a stadium for next week's fight. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that money long over there. That money long.
They long over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's that Dubai money. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. Like, they do this shit for sport. They don't even do it because, you know what I'm saying, they professionals at it. They just do this shit because it's a hobby. You know what I'm saying? So, So I don't know who these investors are. I'm pretty sure they're more conservative than the Arabs, but at the end of the day, if we get a new entity that's going to be competitive with these other guys that are stagnant and not giving us the fights and trying to charge us, a hefty bag for every single fight that we're not even asking for, then I'm happy for that too. We should have competition in the sport. You know what I mean? And let's see who does it better.
Absolutely, I agree with that. Competition always is better than, and even whether there's the fighters or the promotional companies competing against each other. I think competition is it keeps the price low, and it makes for the best. You gotta be make fights to stay in business more or less. So I agree with you. I agree. Let me ask, when we talk about BLK Prime versus somebody like a Triller, right? We saw what happened with Triller. We saw how T.O.'s fight against Boses, it continuously got pushed back. And I thought that was to T.O.'s detriment. Man, how did you look at Triller versus BLK Prime? Do you look at them the same? Talk about it.
So the reason I don't is because Triller also they wanted to bring pop culture into the mix. You know what I'm saying? And you still have to pay for that as well. You have to pay for those personalities. You have to pay for Snoop Dogg. You have to pay for other people that are coming. You have to pay for the shows that you're putting on, right? You're paying all these artists. You're paying all this entertainment to happen, right? On top of the boxers, right? and the show's supposed to be about the boxers. So BLK is saying they're paying the boxers up front, and they had a pretty good broadcast last time they were up. If it wasn't for 3 people pulling out on AB, you know what I'm saying, we probably would have had another great broadcast. You know what I'm saying? But we won't know. We're gonna. This is one of those things where they're being tested right now because they had to postpone. Remember, they didn't cancel this event. They postponed it. So if they postponed it, let's see what happens. Like I'm like I said, I'm all about boxing, period. So even Jake Paul, I don't know about him getting pushed up into the rankings. I wouldn't agree with that. But at the end of the day, is he good for boxing? I think he is good for boxing because he's paying these females. He's actually putting on great cards. You know what I'm saying? And whether we like him or not, you know what I'm saying? The fact of the matter is it's good for boxing. It's serious.
Hey, I agree. I think Jake Paul is really good for the sport.
If you want to drop it. Yeah. I'm not saying that he's the man, like as far as boxing is concerned or nothing like that. But as far as what he does for the sport, I think he eventually wants to cross over into promoting. And I think he's learning. He's doing the right thing to help these boxers because he's giving them bonuses that nobody's asking for. He's giving them bonuses. You know what I'm saying? So it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it's interesting bringing Jake Paul up. I want to ask you about this fighter. And Amanda Serrano, right?
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of Amanda Serrano.
I know.
I haven't
met yo, Dub, I haven't met a black motherfucker that doesn't love Amanda Serrano. That's the BS. You know what I'm saying? I know my boy TBH is in love with Amanda Serrano, bro. I know a lot of motherfuckers that, y'all just love Amanda.
Hey, now I gotta be honest. Alicia Baumgartner is a tad bit more my speed, but Amanda right there with her, respectfully, of course, respectfully to both of them.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad. I ain't hating, you know what I'm saying? But, I can see the love there. I can see the love.
As a fighter, especially the fight, I believe she just fought Cruz. It was the girl's name was Cruz, correct?
Yeah. It was Erica Cruz.
Erica Cruz, yeah. And so, man, when you saw that fight, and then I want to get to the Katie Taylor fight as well. The first and the rematch, but starting off here, man, I thought, in my opinion, I thought Amanda was fighting the wrong fight early, but then when she really started to box, the skill set just was there was a difference in skill in the level of skill there. How did you see that fight?
Either one of two things. Either she lost a step, which I don't want to think about, right? Because if she did, then that sucks. Because she's gonna fight Katie Taylor, and Katie Taylor's always gonna be game. Either that, or she underestimated Erica Cruz. One or the other. Maybe she thought she was way above Erica Cruz's class and didn't come in 1,000%. But regardless of that, you know what the real problem with Amanda Serrano is? That her fucking brother-in-law, the dude that her manager, that motherfucker needs to shut the fuck up. Because when we interview Amanda Serrano, we don't want to hear you. We want to hear Amanda Serrano. You know what I'm saying? Somebody needs to call him and tell him to get the fuck out the camera. Nobody want to talk to you, bro. We want to talk to Amanda Serrano.
Talk about it. I agree with you. I agree 100% with you. I think he's a tad bit too involved, but who am I? I'm not a coach or trainer or anything like that, so I can't say anything negative about him simply off of, he has helped her get to the position she's in. When we talk about the first Katie Taylor fight, though, how did you score? If you remember, if you don't, I understand. Who would you think won the fight, though? I personally thought Amanda pulled it out 7-5, but I'm going to be honest with you, it was a close fight. There's no robbery in it. When it's a close fight like that with a lot of swing rounds, you can't say that anything's a robbery. Whenever it's a close fight, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you cannot say something's a robbery. Now, if you got a judge that scores it like a blowout, you know what I'm saying? Then you probably, then you can say, yeah, that judge wasn't here for the fight. That was he was here to rob, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, like, if it's a close fight, man, you get a 7-5, 8-4, something like that, a draw, you know what I'm saying? So, one judge has it this way, one judge has it that way. It's a close fight, man. Like, there's a swing rounds. You never know what they're looking for. Are they looking for the aggressor, or are they looking for the person that's champ, for you to bring it to the champ? Are they looking for the skills and the defense more? You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of different things that they could look at. So it just depends on who the judges are and what they're looking for. I agree 100%. I asked that question to say this. With the fight
Like,
now,
hey, let me just say this real quick. Just for people in boxing. When they're looking at the judges, when they're choosing their judges for a fight, it's like doing like picking out a jury when you're a prosecutor. You're trying to pick out a jury that's going to go in your favor. Okay, so always think about that when it comes to the sport. They're trying to pick these judges to side with them based on their trend of what they vote for. You see what I'm saying? So with that being said, that's some food for thought. Y'all do the dishes.
I agree. And the majority of the time, the A side is the one who gets to pick the judges and those type of things. So I agree with you. So my question is then with the fight, supposedly there being a rematch that's going to be over in Ireland, right? Katie Taylor's hometown. She's never fought in Ireland. Do you think that Amanda Serrano can win that fight by decision?
If she can pull out the rounds, then it would be something because here's the thing. We always talk about overseas, but Manny Pacquiao always fought overseas. He always fought over here.
Facts.
We have certain champions that always fought overseas. So it's not like it can't happen. But the cards are kind of like you're going to have to convince them, though, because you are going against the champion, right? So in their eyes, you got to be convincing. So it's just about how you pull it out, your demeanor. You know what I'm saying? You can't look frustrated. You definitely got to be the aggressor in some points. You know what I'm saying? And you got to make sure you raise your hand every time you go back to the corner.
Hey, look, what you say? You got to play to the judges. You got to play to the judges.
I got to go take a piss real quick, man. But if you want to drop the link when I come back, you know what I mean?
I will do. I'll drop it. If anybody jump on, then I'll pick your time, brother. Shout out to my brother Major Key, man. Doing a hell of a job right now with this interview. Man, and I got to say, because we still got questions, but I'm going to drop the link real quick. What do you say? My brother Brian Corbett said, right side, you and I will never be picked for jury duty. You damn. Look, I went in. I'll be honest with you. I don't be trying to get picked for jury duty anyway, so I'll be a tad bit too honest. But hey, it is what it is. I'm gonna be biased in my picks. I'm gonna put the link in the chat for anybody who want to jump on, man. My brother Major Key said he accepting all the smoke, man. If you got questions, come through. But if you come through, like I say, just be respectful. You know what I'm saying? Be respectful to the guests. I'm gonna get you on if you hit the link. If you want to ask your questions in the chat, let me know. Put Dub Rightside, you know what I'm saying? Add them to me, and then I'll bring them up and ask the question to Major Key as well. I don't know, man. The Queen Lisa Bell, I gotta say, Serrano is not going to outbox Katie Taylor. And as I read her comment, the Queen is in the building.
Hey,
Please, what up, Lisa?
What it do? Listen. You know, you guys, y'all my niggas, straight up and down. Listen, Katie, what's her name? Serrano's gonna have to really hurt Katie Taylor. The thing is, Katie Taylor got a neck. A chin. You saw her neck, how thick it is? She's gonna have to really hurt her. She's not gonna outbox Katie. I can tell you that. She's a come forward. Amanda is a come forward, like pressure fighter. Katie's more off the back foot. She's more technical. You know what I mean? She's not gonna outbox her. But the thing is that she's gonna have to hurt her. They both been in some wars lately. Them wars, man, take a toll out of you. But she gonna have to knock her out. In Ireland, she gonna have to knock her out. That's the way I see it.
You think it gotta be a stoppage?
Or something, or knock her down a couple of times.
Now, and it was interesting because in the first fight, we actually saw her get hurt. We saw Katie Taylor hurt in that fight. And it seemed like Amanda Serrano, she emptied her load a tad bit too soon, which seemed to play to her detriment later in the fight. And I think my brother Major Key is back now, but just asking you, Lisa,
See, Amanda be throwing hard punches all the time. Sometimes change up the speed. She be coming at you like she about to take your head off every time.
True.
Yeah.
Do y'all think, and this has been a question, going with my brother Major Key first, then we come to you, Lisa. Do y'all think that there should be, instead of 2-minute rounds for women, should it be 3-minute rounds now?
Look, if the doctor, I'm not a doctor. That's the whole thing. Like, you know, we are more intelligent when we understand our roles in society. If I'm not a doctor, I'm not going to give you doctor's advice. If the doctors say 2-minute rounds are better because their cranial structures are not as strong as the male that is built for battle, then I'm going to trust the doctor's opinion on that. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to try to force somebody out of an element, you know what I'm saying, just because I want to see, I'm bloodthirsty. I want to see savagery and shit like that. But yo, shout out to the Queen Lisa Bills. Yo, what up, sis? You know what I'm saying? Like
What it do?
That's a day one supporter of mine. She'll tell you that I keep my shit 100 all the time. My shit is consistent. I don't have to remember anything because I keep that shit consistent.
Yeah. Major Key a real one. Just like you, Dub Rightside. Y'all real ones. Yeah.
Hey, it's so funny because I know I done jumped into plenty of chats and those type of things with Lisa, and the love is always there. And then the support that she gives, man, it's incredible. And I got so much love for you, Queen. Much love.
Likewise, my good brothers. Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm amped about this fight between the ladies, you know, to see the rematch. And did you see Conor McGregor had something to do with the venue or whatever?
Conor McGregor?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he is from Ireland, isn't he? I didn't
even think because see, you know, there wasn't any fights in Ireland because of what happened over there. Remember when they had that crime? There was a crime over there. I think it was the Kinahan or something, I want to say.
Oh,
somebody got killed. Yeah, somebody got killed at a weigh-in.
They got killed at the weigh-in?
So they think
you can look it up on YouTube. It's still
no. I believe you. I didn't know about it. I believe you.
I think they got them associated to like an Irish mob or some shit like that, and I don't know any details about that. So you didn't hear from Major Key because I don't want no smoke with no fucking Irish mob. But I was trying to
no, me either. But this is public record. I found out about it years ago. Somebody was talking about it. And I said, oh, I never knew that. Yeah. So. Yeah, that's why I guess there wasn't any fights over there from what I remember, yeah. But Conor McGregor, you know, he was instrumental in getting her to homecoming, you know, over there.
Yeah, just to respond to Brian, I mean, you can click the link too, bro, my brother, but and R West, yeah, I believe the like it's just said that, like, that's what Mauricio said. Mauricio, and you know, we can take Mauricio's comments with a grain of salt, but the reason they don't want to extend it to 3-minute rounds is because apparently it's not advised. It's the opposite. It's like, you know, like they can deal with more trauma than a male who has you know, we have a thicker frontal lobe, and you know, our brains are not our brains, but our skulls are thicker because we're meant for battle. You know what I'm saying? That's why we're stronger. You know what I'm saying? It's just that. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. It's just natural. So if doctors are saying no, we don't want these females to fight, why would you want that? Like, I don't want to see fucking great females go down in flames and die in a hospital 2 days after the fight. I would prefer that it's just the way it is, because they give us great fights anyway, bro. You know what I'm saying? They're giving us great fights. I don't need an extra minute. They're giving us great fights already.
And real quick, I want to go, just going off of Lisa's point, just Google the whole Irish weigh-in death thing, and in what, February, they reported on it February 6, 2016, speaking that David Bryant he's from Raleigh Square, that he was the individual who died weigh-in. You know what I'm saying? So you know, hey, it's a very tough situation that you're dealing with. Real quick, shout out to my brother Troy Graham in the building. Salute to you, Troy. What's going on, brother?
I give Serrano credit for going over there. She's gonna be in hostile territory, man.
Now, I wanted to ask this, Major. Ask you right now about favorite fighter. Do you have a favorite fighter right now?
To be completely honest with you, I don't. I have favorite fighters. I don't have a fighter. You know what I'm saying? Like I do like Inoue. I like Canelo. I like Terrence. I like you may like disagree, like you wouldn't believe me, but I like Spence. You know what I'm saying? I like there's quite a few fighters. I like Santa Zayas. You know what I'm saying? I like Bivol. I like Usyk. There's a lot of fighters that I like, but when it comes, they're in different weight classes. They're different levels of competition, and so I gotta say,
good list. Yeah.
Next question for the panel: if y'all had to say, what's the biggest fight to be made right now in the sport of boxing? I hear people tell me it's Bud versus EJ. I hear people tell me it's Ryan versus Tank. I hear people tell me it's Bivol versus Beterbiev. Right? So, starting with Major Key, going to Lisa, then Troy. What's the biggest fight in boxing right now, in your opinion?
Salute, Puro. So when that's also subjective because biggest is what, like as far as like accomplishment.
That's why I said your opinion.
Yeah. So that, but I'm open to all of that. You see what I'm saying? Like I try to break shit down, unbiasedly and as far as being objective as hell. So I don't like to be a pocket watcher. You know what I'm saying? And I try to stay away from that. So it's not about just sales. But if we're talking about that, then I can see why somebody would say a Ryan versus a Tank, right? But I personally, that's not the biggest fight. You know what I'm saying? Like the biggest fight that actually matters right now. I would think that it's either Fury versus Usyk or Bivol versus Beterbiev, or Crawford versus Spence, or even Inoue versus Fulton. I think those are the ones that we really need to pay attention to because all of those are significant for Hall of Fame induction. Like when it comes down to the Hall of Fame, that's what we're going to be looking at in the future.
Go ahead, Lisa. It's on you. What you think?
I'm a traditionalist, so I'm gonna have to go with the big men. Fury versus Usyk, because the heavyweights will always run boxing, whether they're in the U.S. or not. I know they're not American, but the heavyweights are the creme de la creme of boxing, and I have to go with that. And then next would probably be the welterweights as far as Spence and Crawford, but I have to go with the heavyweights. They push the needle, they run the needle. It's always been like that.
Hey, we always say boxing moves the way the heavyweight division moves. You know what I'm saying? That's always been the same. So, Troy, man, what you think?
Yeah.
What's the biggest fight in boxing right now?
Did you say me?
Yes, sir.
David Benavidez and Canelo. I think if they could get it together to fight on Cinco de Mayo over in Mexico in one of those big arenas or whatever they call them over there, they hold 70, 60, 80,000 people, kind of like what Chavez did back in the day and fill that up. That'll grab boxing's attention on a whole lot of levels. Heavyweights used to be the focal point in boxing, but not anymore because selfishly, none of them are American. So nobody cares unless you're from the UK or from wherever this guy's from over here, or unless you're a gypsy. So.
But Troy, can I say something?
Yeah.
That didn't stop Vladimir Klitschko becoming a Hall of Famer.
That's right. He was a Hall of Famer.
First ballot. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Right. He sure is, but he's still not known. You can say his name in a crowd of people and nobody really know who he is.
See, yo, Graham, my brother.
You're not speaking facts, though.
Well, no, but this is where I always disagree with my brother Troy, man. And I love my brother Troy. This is the only thing that you got to continuously remember, man. You keep thinking domestically, brother. This is global. It's a global sport, man. He left. I'm not trying to switch up on my brother, but Troy over to domestic, and I understand his point when it comes to domestic value, right? But still, globally, there's value there. There's value globally. You know what I'm saying? So we can't forget that. We can't just push that shit to the side. You know what I mean?
Facts. And shout out to my brother Piro in the build up. Piro, talk to me, man. What's the biggest fighting boxer right now in your opinion?
Ryan Tank.
Okay.
He said it easy. Now I gotta ask. It's interesting something that you just said. How Major Key, when you just brought out the fact how boxing is an international sport, right? When we speak, and somebody like myself, hell, most of y'all, I can talk to y'all about fighters from damn near anywhere, and y'all know who these fighters are. When we look at somebody, because I think somebody like Monster in a way, right? He doesn't get the credit that's deserved there. I don't think he gets the credit. So my thing is there a man, right, from U.S. fight fans who really aren't invested into the sport the way a lot of us are, right? Does that hurt the sport when they talk about somebody like Monster in a way and not give him the credit that's deserved?
Well, are you asking that for the panel?
We gonna start with you, Major Key. We're gonna go to Troy Graham. We're gonna go to Piro. Then we're going to Lisa. We're gonna go in reverse order.
Yo, T.Y. DeSantis, my brother. It's good to see you, bro. That's my guy right there. Yo,
hey T.Y.
Yeah, so no, what you call it? No, honestly speaking, it is what it is, man. Like I don't care I just feel like if you're not understanding that this is a global sport, I most likely would be passive aggressive with you because I feel like you're not on my level of understanding boxing. So I'll probably let you think that you won the debate because you're not understanding where I'm coming from, right? So it's like talking to a wall for 24 hours. I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's boring. So if you can understand where I'm coming from on this level, then we can start talking and making sense because it is a global sport. You know what I mean? It is a global sport. It's like one of the biggest sports on the planet. If you look this shit up, if you Google it, boxing is one of the biggest sports on the planet, next to soccer. Okay, next to soccer. And what people don't know is that they think that because it's not a big sport in the United States, like if the United States the end all be all. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, bro, it's not like that here because we don't have supporters like that. But it is across the world. That's why we're able to chop it up. That's why when you come to Major Key Boxing, you get some dude from Australia talking. You get some dude from Kazakhstan talking. You get some dude from Ireland talking. You get some dude from UK talking. You know what I'm saying? Like you get somebody from
Jamaica, Africa, all over. Yeah.
Yo, they from
Italy. It's global. Yeah.
They're all over the world, bro. Different time zones. Still chopping it up at 2-3 o'clock in the morning at their time. You know what I'm saying? You know why? Because they love the fucking sport. They have a passion for it.
Well, I thought because of the popularity in Fury and Usyk, I thought that would have been the biggest. It's maybe not the most talked about because the most talked about I would have to say is Bud and Spence, and now a lot of people are talking about Ryan and Tank.
Oh, go ahead, Major. You were saying something before I fell off and I had to come back on.
No, I finished my point. I
didn't hear a word you said because I fell off.
You're going to have to click rewind, brother, because Lisa was talking and I'm not trying to interrupt people.
The brother, the brother just said that overall, because this is a international sport, then we can't be shallow-sided as far as what the biggest fights are. We got to make sure we're taking in. We can't look at it just from a U.S. perspective. We have to look at it from an international perspective when we're talking about the quote-unquote biggest fights.
Right.
And Major, correct me if I'm wrong. That's just a summary of what you said.
Yeah. No. You absolutely on point. Yeah.
Right. But you got to understand what I said too. I picked one guy that was born in Mexico, and I picked one guy that's he's a Mexican American. Mm-hmm. I didn't pick any Americans at all. I understand the whole marketing and all of that, but when it comes to the heavyweights now, there's no one out there that really fits the bill. Okay, you take a heavyweight. What's the first thing you think of when you think of heavyweights? Knockout power. Out of the two of them, Fury and what's this other guy's name?
Usyk.
Alexander Usyk.
Right. They don't really bring a whole lot of power to the game. They could box and they look good doing it, but they don't really bring a lot of power. And that's the first thing that generates all the attention of heavyweights is the power. Both the Klitschko brothers can knock you out, both of them. So there was that interest right there, right? Joshua, when he was on point,
real quick,
he had the look, he had the body, and he had the punch.
Real quick, shout out to Steven and shout out to Eliezer. Welcome to the back.
Hey guys.
Yeah, so that's why he was a brand all by himself, because he had it all. He had the look, he had the body, he had the height, he had the punch, which made him a brand. Wilder had the punch. So that's what generated all that interest. Between these two heavyweights right now, there's really no punch. Skill, but no punch.
This is a great point what Troy just brought out, and a question I had, and we'll present it to the. In my opinion, I'm a fan of boxers over punchers. That's my opinion. Outside of Mike Tyson, outside of Mike, once again, that's my favorite fighter. So he's more of a puncher than a boxer. Even though Mike Tyson, he boxed very well. I think that boxers don't get the love and support that they should be getting, because my brother Troy just brought out, they may not have the same power, but the skill set that they have is so unique. They don't get the credit for that skill set. Is there a level of disrespect given to boxers over punchers at this current moment in time in the sport?
No. Like with certain weight classes, you expect power. With heavyweight, you expect power. You go down to middleweight, you expect power and you go down to 160, you expect power and skill. You go to 147, that's Sugar Ray all day. That's skill, power, and some flashiness. It changes by weight class. But if we just talk about the heavyweights only, then the first thing that people want to see is power. That's it. They don't care about your boxing skill. No, you gotta be, you're the biggest dog on the yard. You gotta be strong, you gotta have a chin, and you gotta give as good as you take. That's the first thing they think about for the big men. The very first thing.
We'll pass it around the panel. Come with my next question. Piro, talk to me about the boxer versus the puncher. Lisa next, then Major Key, it's on you.
No, I don't think they get disrespected. To be honest, like how you started the question, I think they're all boxers. I think it's a misnomer to like kind of. I think we were talking about it the other day, Dub, to separate like a boxer and a puncher. I mean, like to me, I'm attracted to a complete fighter, or to put it a little more, I guess, to easier to understand. Fighters with a professional style. You get what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, like like I like all aspects of the sport. Like the technical aspect. Like the power. But at the end of the day, like say the casual or maybe like or a boxing fan. At the end of the day, we all want to be entertained, right? We all want to watch these fights and we want to be entertained. So like what attracts me more is a boxer that knows how to entertain and it's like fundamentally sound. If that makes any sense to you guys. Yeah. So yeah, no, I don't think they're disrespected one over the other.
What you got on it, Lisa? Talk to me.
Me personally, I kind of somewhat agree with you, Dub Rightside, because you have boxers that may not be the biggest punchers. Just say like Devin, right? He's a good boxer, but people say he's a smooth fest, this and that, but that's his style. See, the thing is and I also agree with you, Puro. This is all boxing. There's so many different styles of boxers. I personally like boxer punchers. But I enjoy all different styles. I embrace the totality of boxing. There's unorthodox fighters. Look at how unorthodox Nery is. But he got that knockout. You know what I'm saying? I look at Luis Nery as someone who's athletically unorthodox. His style, but you know what I mean? Like it's just like in that, like he got that knockout, that vicious. Well, it was a TKO, but I'm just saying, like, there's so many different styles, so everything is not textbook either. But I do notice that when it comes to pure boxers, they say, well, people are looking for knockouts. 1 minute they saying, oh, you don't have no skill. The next thing, oh, we like boxers. In the next minute, oh, we like punchers. You can't. It's just like trying to what's the word? Please everyone. It's just go out there and do your best and be who you are. Your style is your style, and don't try to change it for no one.
What you got on it, Major Key? Talk to me about the boxer versus the puncher.
Look, so I gotta agree, like with Lisa, the boxer puncher, and the reason why is, here's the thing: the skills pay the bills, no doubt about it. But what's the last thing that leaves you? Everybody in boxing knows this. What's the last thing that leaves you?
Power.
Power is the last thing.
Power. You see what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing. The whole thing is that you can have all the skill in the world, but you know what? The last thing to leave is power. So as long as you technically sound, even if you lose a step, you're still going to be able to, do what you do with the slickness, like of a Bernard Hopkins at the late age that he did it, and you still have the threat of the power. See what I'm saying? And that's why certain people were able, just like my man, what's his name? Come on, man, George Foreman. You know what I'm saying? It's you have the power and you have the skill. At a late age. So you may not have the light feet to do what everybody else is talking about. You may not be able to run away from it. You may not able to be doing this and this and that, but you're still smart enough to use your skills intelligently to land that time shot, boom, and knock somebody out with that power that you hold. And that's so I like the boxer puncher angle more than I like just a pure boxer or the pure puncher. Because you're gonna see a lot of both with L's on a resume.
No, I agree with you. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to. Major Key put me on something the other day. There we go. Jimmy, what's going on, bro?
Hey, bro. How you guys doing?
Hey, how you doing, Jimmy?
What up, Jimmy?
Jimmy ain't got no questions for me, man. Jimmy ain't got no questions for me. He already know.
Hold on, and that's what that was going to be my next. I was just about to say, man. We got. Does anybody have any questions for the great brother Major Key? Any questions?
I was just gonna say, Major Key, you brought me back when you talked about handball, because I used to stay in Brooklyn for a while, and I remember the handball court and all that and everything. That's just so New York City to me. You brought back a lot of old memories, just talking about from back in the day, and the hip hop and all that. And yeah, I could reflect. I went back into reflection mode. Yeah.
That's in my soul.
But
it's nostalgic for me. I'm glad that it was nostalgic for you because that's in my soul. You know what I'm saying? Some people people ain't,
Yeah, so I was able to reflect back. I know part of your story, how you started with boxing, your grandma. You know what I mean? I know that. So it's like, it was very nostalgic for me.
That's what's up. Shout out to
Great interview.
I got a question for Major. How did growing up in the coops actually shape who you are, man? Your personality and the man you are today. Basically, the coops is what it was called, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where you could see somebody get shot, but you could also go across the street, and there's a botanical garden. You walk up the road a bit, and there's the Bronx Zoo, right? Yeah,
man. So I'm gonna start off with a joke and say I was beating up old Jamaicans like you at that time, right? But
one meter.
Nah. Honestly speaking, the Coops, like I said, they had a lot of basketball players around there that were stuck in crime. You know what I'm saying, and smoking and shit like that. But they would play with the PAL leagues and and one tours and all of that. A lot of cool people, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And a lot of very intelligent and smart people in that area, man. But they were all just accustomed to the crime of the neighborhood. That's what sucked. But we had a great time in the summers. I'm gonna tell you that we used to go to Skate Key right down the block, But the crazy part is that once you cross the street and you pass the train, like you go under the 2 train and go to the other side, it's Italian. Mm-hmm. That's Italian over there. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So you have to be respectful. You can't be no racist. You know what I'm saying? Whether you black, Puerto Rican, or Italian in that neighborhood, you gotta rock because there's gonna be something that you need to cross the street. There's gonna be something that they need to cross the street. So you gotta get along. And that's what I'm talking about. The respect is completely different from what people deal with in most of the United States. With the segregation, you don't have to deal with that. But in the Bronx, in certain sections, you have to deal with it. You have to. Mm-hmm. You grow up dealing with it.
Yeah, it was Polish and Italians up the road, like he was saying, and then a number of shops that was run by the Jews, but it was controlled by the Italians.
Yeah, I remember the numbers. Yeah.
So,
Mitchie, who
Troy, you real quick, Troy, you from New York as well, correct?
From the same neighborhood.
Okay, so all right, keep going. It makes sense now. When y'all having the conversation, I can't always follow exactly.
That's why we click so well because we actually like his family. Listen, we met on the internet on these YouTube streets, right? Boxing. And did you know that his best friend actually was dating my cousin?
No, I didn't know that. Hell no, I didn't know that. I had no clue.
Small world. It's a small world. Now, I just want to ask Major Key, who would you have in your top 3 pound-for-pound fighters, just to kind of figure out what sort of how you rate fighters as far as ability and resume and stuff? Who would be your top 3 pound-for-pound in boxing?
Well, I kind of talked. I already touched on that before you jumped in, Jimmy. But I'm not gonna stick to just one top 3 because I can kind of interchange just with the best of them. But I would say like Inouye's up there. I could say Usyk is up there. I could say Terrence Crawford is up there. I could say Canelo's up there. I could say certain fighters are up there. But but at the end of the day, like I could probably interchange in a conversation. It doesn't necessarily need to be a debate. I don't need to disagree with you. I could probably see where you're coming from and be like, yeah, I can see why you see that. But I wouldn't necessarily change my opinion. But I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, a Major Key.
Yeah.
Remember West 4th Street when they used to play ball down there, man?
Oh yeah. You see myself. I used to prefer Yankee Stadium behind Yankee Stadium.
Oh, okay.
You know the old Yankee Stadium over there on. I used to go from 57 and Girard and walk across Jerome, and it was behind like between the garage and the stadium. And then I go to the courts, and it was nothing but old ass Puerto Ricans playing ball, like handball. They used to bust ass, yo. They didn't even they could be drinking a beer, busting your ass, bro. Like they just so nice with the angles and shit. Like it'd be like fuck, bro. Like I'd be all athletic, running from right to left to right to left to right to left, and they just busting eyes, bro.
I was talking about basketball this time, West 4th Street.
You talking about basketball? Oh, you talking about
West 4th Street, in Manhattan, yeah.
See, I never went that full fledged into basketball, even though I watched a lot of it. You know what I'm saying? Like with everything with Jay-Z and Fat Joe over there at the Rutgers and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like
I remember those. Yeah.
Like I know about all of that, but I never actually like. But I gotta go take a piss. You know what I'm saying? I'll be right back.
Hey, and when my brother get back, I got a question.
He must be drinking beer or something, because beer make you piss like. Yeah.
Well, hey, it is. But when my brother get back, I do have a question for the panel. I wanted to address this question here. The son of God, man, he asked, man, Dub Brightside. I'm gonna put it up. Let me put it up real quick, and I want to hear everybody's opinion on it. What state has the best boxers? Now, before I say anything on it, I gotta say, if that Mamba was in the building, right? If Roger Mayweather gonna tell you the best fighters come from the Midwest. Do I agree with it? That's a whole nother topic. That's a whole nother topic. But shout out to the great Black Mamba, man. Shout out to Roger Mayweather. Most people put on boxing. I agree with him. Man, where do y'all think the best fighters come from? What state? We going Lisa, we going Piro, we going Troy.
Go ahead, Piro.
It's on you, Piro.
California. Hands down.
Of course you say that. You Cali guy. Yeah.
Yes.
Graham.
But Midwest, I gotta acknowledge the Midwest does have some killers that come out of there too.
I'm back.
Troy, man, what you got on it? Where the best boxers come from?
I was in the bathroom, man. I didn't hear the question.
What state does the best boxers come from?
I'm from New York, so you know it's easy to figure that one out.
All right, man. Major Key, man. The brother, and then the brother son of God asked, man, what state does the best boxers come from in your opinion?
That's a tough one. That's a tough one because I grew up thinking that it was from Youngstown, Ohio. But then there's so many legends from Baltimore and so many legends from around the United States. I really don't know, man. Like, so I have to put it back, like, for the United States, because we talk about boxing in general, then we got to talk about countries, you know what I'm saying? And that's going to be a whole difficult one right there, you know what I'm saying?
I feel you. So now we got to get to, and one part of the show, I always like to have the guests, and in this situation, I'm putting all y'all on the hot seat. I'm asking the question.
You didn't ask me where the people from.
Well, you were the first one. You passed it to Piro, respectfully, of course.
No, I didn't. I said, Piro, you go first.
That's what I'm saying. You passed it to Piro. So, but Lisa, what are the best boxers come from, in your opinion? What state?
I would say, I want to say Midwest and Philly, Pennsylvania.
When you say the Midwest and Philly, I mean it's hard to argue.
And PA, because Philly is in PA, so you said state.
Agreed. So now, and I like I said, I think the Midwest, like the Black Mamba told us, man, that's where the greatest fighters come from. I agree with him. I think the Midwest is really where and if you look at a lot of the fighters, even if they don't come from the Midwest, they go and to hone their skills. And Philadelphia as well. I agree with you, Queen. They go and hone their skills in these states. You know what I'm saying? Of course, Vegas attracts the people, but most people who fight out of Vegas ain't from Vegas anyway. So respectfully to them. But
yeah,
I got some
either.
West is not a state. I agree with it. But when we're talking about Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, these are the states we're talking about when we say the Midwest. But I do agree with you. It's not a state.
Okie dokie.
So now, man, I got fantasy fights that I'm throwing out here. Jakey, starting with you on this one right here, man. A fantasy fight. Who wins and why? Right? Dmitry Bivol versus Arthur Beterbiev. Who wins that fight and why?
Bivol wins because he's a slicker boxer. Beterbiev is getting older, and Bivol. The reason that you guys don't even, a lot of people try to shit on Callum Smith, but the problem is that Callum Smith is the only one that didn't get knocked out by Canelo, and the reason why is he was a smarter boxer, and that's why he went for him first. But a lot of people don't give Callum Smith, because he was the first one to get beat by Canelo. They don't give him credit. They just look at him like that. But then he's been doing great stuff in the next weight class at 175. But Bivol is way more technically sound. That's why he went at him first, because if he could beat him, then he feels like he could beat everybody else in that class. But he lost against him. So that's why he wants to try to avenge himself, because if he can't beat Bivol, then there's no reason to fight anybody else, because Bivol's the best person at that weight class. Bivol is the more technically sound, the better boxer. You don't need to worry about power when somebody's got timing down packed and they can outbox you all day. Floyd Mayweather taught y'all that. A lot of people taught y'all that. You know what I'm saying? So if we look at history, we just look as educated pugilists, we already know what's going to happen.
Lisa, Bill, You heard what Major Key just said. Bivol
Yeah.
or Turbiev? Who you got, Lisa?
That's tough. That's really a tough one. I'm gonna slightly edge it to Bivol, but I am not shortchanging Peterviev. That man is That's a dangerous man because he got another level when he turns it up. It's just, but can he? See, the thing with Bivol is Bivol's fast. He works on those angles. Bivol also has these nasty combinations. You know, fast hands, fast feet. So I'm going to say 60-40 in favor of, no, I'm going to say 55-45 in favor of Bivol.
A small margin.
Yeah, because I've seen what Peterviev can do. I'm not counting him out.
Drop the link too before the next person goes.
The link is pinned in the chat.
Oh, my bad.
Anybody who want to hit the link, scroll up to the top, man. The link is pinned in the chat. We'll bring you on. We will definitely bring you on. Piro, talk to me. Who wins that fight, Bivol or Peterviev?
I got Bivol. Since Lisa put a percentage on it, I'll do that too. I got 70-30 Bivol. I think Major Key hit it on the head. I think he's the better boxer. I think what wins him that fight is his defense, and what loses was also to Archer's detriment is his defense, which is not like horrible, but it's he's not like vaunted for his defense. Like he's a his offense is his defense. But yeah, so I got Bivol. All boxer.
Yeah.
All right, just wait 1 second because Dub Right Side is a little bit narcoleptic. He fell asleep on us the other day, so he's probably sleeping right now.
Oh, look, I'm talking to mute. I was talking to Mr. Graham. Are you there? My apologies. Look, I unmuted Mr. Graham. Hey, who you got? Troy, do you have Bivol or Peterviev winning that fight? Troy, are you there?
Oh, shit, I was making fun of you and probably Troy fell asleep, unless he's muted.
Yeah, man, I'm doing the dishes, man. I'm doing the dishes, so I'm gonna pass that on to somebody else. I got my hands in some dishes.
Okay, keep respectfully, of course, respectfully. So next fantasy fight that we're gonna go at, man, the fight that we all want to see, Bud versus EJ, Bud Crawford versus Errol Spence. Who wins that fight and why?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna reverse order. With my brother, with him doing the dishes, we're gonna go to Piro, then we're going to you, Lisa, then we come to you, Major Key. Piro, what you got on BJ, man? Who wins this fight?
Well, I've said this for the longest time now. I got EJ winning that fight by a late stoppage or decision. I just think I think it's stylistically it's a great matchup. I just think in the past fighters especially if the jab bothers Bud, and I think Errol's got one of the best jabs in boxing, or a very good jab. I'll just say a very good jab. And then also, I think a lot of people get hung up on Bud's ability to switch hit, which is his ace up his sleeve. But I got faith in Derek James. I think he's a very smart coach. I think to take that away from a switch hitter is that when he's switching to the stance that he it's not like I believe he starts Bud starts conventional and he switches to southpaw and back forth or whatever. I think you negate that by attacking the southpaw, because I think defensively I think the switch hitting works better for the switch hitter offensively more than it does defensively, because I think when they switch to their unorthodox side, their defense. I'm not saying Bud's is, and you can prove me wrong on this, but I think he'll be smart enough to develop a game plan with that when he eventually does switch, that he's going to attack him, and that's kind of his style, Errol presses, and so I just always favored Errol in that fight. Hopefully we get to see it one of these days, and I got Errol.
I ain't mad at it. Lisa, what you got on that? Bud, EJ, who you got and why?
I definitely got Bud, and I do like the switch hitting from Bud. One of the things about Bud that really impresses me is his strength. He's very strong, so I don't think EJ is gonna come in there and trying to out manhandle him because Bud is strong. I wouldn't even be surprised if Bud is stronger than EJ. Um, Now, yeah, you talked about the jab. EJ has a great jab. Yes, he does. The thing about Bud is he kind of like processes everything, as they say, download the information. But once he sees something, he goes for it. He the best finisher in the game right now. And I just see Bud Crawford going in there, and I don't think that EJ is gonna do to him what he do to other people. It's what Bud allows you to do.
Hey, my brother Major Key, talk to me about that fight.
Hold on, I think Mr. Graham is ready to speak, so let him speak first.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, I could tell you as of right now who actually wins that fight, right? Nobody. No, but overall, if they fight, I believe wholeheartedly it goes to Crawford. Here's why. Crawford is a ring rat. He stays in that gym. He stays in there. He works with other top fighters. He doesn't go out and drink and gain any weight or all that. He lives a boxer's lifestyle. He's basically the Cool G rap for boxing. He's a boxer's boxer. You know, he's a fighter's fighter, and he has the skills. He has the skills to actually beat Spence. Because if you watch him fight, he's not going to knock you out one punch. He's going to wear down a certain part of your body all night long, and then eventually he's going to drop you, unless you're Brook, where he caught him at the end of his punch, and Brook didn't know where the hell he was. But trust me, all night long he's going to wear down a certain part of your body. Come round 5, round 6, round 7, you finish. The first man to make Porter stop. I mean, he came into 147 and he beat a middleweight who was trying to fight as a 147 pounder. You know, he's the only fight out there that fights at 147 that has knocked out every opponent he's ever faced so far. Champion, contender, and whoever. He's knocked them all out or TKO'd them. So Crawford all day long.
Amazing. My brother Major Keith, what you got on it?
Yeah, you see, this is a good fight, man. This is a good fight, and here's the reason that I got Crawford winning, man. And I'll say that up front. I got Crawford winning, and the only reason is, look, this guy's got some damage, some wear and tear, right? And I like Errol Spence a lot, but the thing is, when he's fighting, especially when you look at Ugas and you know, it looks like he's almost like not even comfortable in his body anymore. It's like he's faking a boxer's role, like almost like he's not in like an actual boxer, but acting like a boxer. Does that make sense? Like it's almost like I don't know, man. Like I'm just a great judge of character, bro. And I'm looking at him and I'm seeing, even though he bust Ugas' ass, don't get me wrong, but there were points in the fight where I was thinking, like, yo, if it was Crawford, and here's the reason why I'm going to say Crawford. A lot of people forget this part, and I always mention this. I've been doing this for years and years, and people always forget this, and I keep reminding them. He has a change in pace. Like, he changes the paces of his punches. So what I mean is that, yeah, he taps, right? Taps, looking for opening the cracks, taps, then boom. Then when he's already tested you a couple of times, he lets it go and he catches you off balance by surprise. It's crazy the way he does this. Kell Brook even asked him after the fight, how did you do that? Bro, the dude, when he switches, he doesn't switch like all these other dudes, like, you know, just like he's not thinking about it. Like, he doesn't switch stances and just like, oh, I'm just doing this just to look cool. No, he switches on purpose because he's taking away one of your steps to gain a step for himself and gain footage. So when he walks, when he changes that shit, and you're committing to a shot, and he just switch stances on you, he's coming back with a power shot, dog, and he's knocking you the fuck out. Like, people don't realize these little nuances, bro. When they told him in the corner, oh, he's up on the cards versus Sean Porter, he said, how? Oh, he's up on the cards. Oh, how? And he knocked him out the same round. He's nothing to be played with, guys. Like y'all not even understanding. Like, Bud is a different beat. He's so disciplined. Remember, Floyd Mayweather used to go to the clubs and only drink water and jog back to his crib. That's the type of pedigree that Bud is built from. Yeah, he's not making the same money, but he's a quiet guy. He's a quiet guy, but he's built from the same pedigree, man. Y'all gotta put some respect on Bud's name.
All right, not mad at it at all.
Yeah.
We got my brother Jimmy. He back. Jimmy, are you there?
Yeah, man, I'm here.
Bud versus EJ, man. Who you got winning? I know, but break the fight down to me, Jimmy.
Yeah, I got Crawford winning by a violent knockout. I think Derek James will probably throw the towel in. I just don't think EJ is that good, to be honest. I've seen him go to points with featherweights, Mikey Garcia. I've seen them run split decisions against dudes that are, let's be honest, B-level and Sean Porter. And just then, he got hurt by Ugas, a guy that, if we're honest, can't bust a grape. He did the chicken dance. He was running for his life. And the only reason he didn't get stopped in that fight is because Ugas just stood there and did nothing, whether he was paid off or what the situation was. Because he spent the rest of the fight acting like a human punch bag. So between letting Errol off the hook and doing his best impersonation of a punch bag, for me that fight was very suspect in general. I just think Bud's foot speed, his angles, his ability to shift through the different stances, mix up the speed and the timing. I think it's just way too much for Spence. And that's why Spence has always been funny about this, Before, this guy was a big dog. He wanted all the smoke. He was just, strap season. When it came to Keith Thurman, when it came to Danny Garcia, Sean Porter, he was the big bad wolf. But as soon as Bud Crawford came on the scene, he started talking about taking the easy route. He started talking about being the big fish. He started talking about Steven Espinosa's books being balanced. He started talking about, he went from I'm my own boss to you got to call out Heyman. I've just seen, it's not that situation, when someone's acting like a gangster, when they come across as a real gangster, and the entire room starts smelling a pussy. It's just one of those things, I think.
Hey, can I jump in real quick? Because I think, Troy, you responded to D.Y. Sanders by saying Bud, but I think you meant Errol. Because what you said to him was that Bud doesn't take care of himself, and I think you meant Errol.
Yeah, Errol, he'll go in the zones interview and threaten Bud, take 70-30 or no fight.
I'm reading the chat, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just trying to make sure that,
Major Key just trying to clear up what Troy responded to in the chat.
Because I fuck with T.Y. and T.Y. wasn't talking, like basically Troy responded about Bud, but he meant Errol. And so I don't want T.Y. to be confused thinking that he meant Errol Bud, when he actually meant Errol. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
And can I respond to Jimmy? I was gonna say, no disrespect to Errol, because he's a good fighter, great fighter. But Bud gets hurt as well as Errol at times. The thing about Errol is Errol tucks his stuff in more. He tucks his chin in more, and he keeps his elbows in close. So I think he's more defensive, if you know what I mean. That sense. Now with Bud will take a few. He'll take a few to get in there to get to the right angle or whatever distance or range he wants when he gets you. Bud will take some. Yeah, that's the thing. I think EJ's defense is a bit more sharper. But Bud gets hurt. Bud gets hurt as well. But he'll take a few to get his in. If you know what I'm trying to say.
Lisa, I don't see.
Can I be fair real quick, Lisa? I want you to stay here to the end. But I got till 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is about 20 and a half minutes.
And
Okay.
If anybody wants some smoke, click the damn link. Like I don't understand why people are chatting. If you disagree with Major Key, holler at me. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and because I know your time is limited, I got about 3 more fights I definitely want to get your opinion on. So
my brother for even inviting me up here, man. I'm an open book, bro. I don't hold nothing back. I never did. Never ran the wheel, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm me. I'm a Major Key all the time. I speak from my fucking heart. I speak from my soul, and nobody can ever question me a second time without getting the same response because it's gonna be the same all the time. You know what I mean?
And that's why I wanted you on. But that's why I wanted you on, because I value your opinion, and that's why I want to get to these last questions. I want to make sure I respect your time. You know what I'm saying? As the guest tonight, and so moving forward, I gotta ask the 140-pound division right now. We just talked about 47, moving down to 40. Man, who is the goods? Who is the man to be y'all opinion? Because the belts are spread out. Josh Taylor has dropped the belts. It seems like he has an injury, so he's not going to be fighting Catterall. You have Teofimo there. You got Regis Prograis there. You got Matias. You got Ponce. You got some dogs at the 40-pound division. Starting with my brother Major Key. Who do you, in your opinion, who's the best fighter at 140 right now?
I've been saying even since the Prograis versus Taylor fight that I thought Prograis was the victor of that fight. It was a close fight, and I still got him as the best at 140. I don't give a fuck. Like I hope he's like taking his training camp seriously though, because I don't want to look like a fool because he is getting older. But to me, he was the best boxer of this era at 140. But they kind of blackballed him, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? They kind of blackballed him. Everybody was ducking him.
And real quick, it seems like because, it was supposed to be, it was a close fight the first time with Josh Taylor and Jack Catterall. There was rumors that they were working on a rematch there. Seemed like that fight has fell through. Now I'm hearing there may be a Regis Catterall fight. Are you interested in that fight?
I am because you know what? If here's the thing. It was a close fight with Catterall and Taylor, and it was a close fight with Regis versus now maybe after that Taylor fight, after his loss to Taylor, he feels a little different. He feels like, you know what, I can't leave nothing on the table because he is a beast, man. He is a beast. Regis is a beast. So maybe he represents for Louisiana and for and for the Creole Nation. You know what I'm saying? Like I said early in the situation, I moved down to Miami in 1996. I was cool with a lot of Zopound people. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I mean? So shout out to all the Haitians. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But I think Regis is the best one at that division. I think he can actually prove that if you put the right people in front of him. But I think they're trying to wait him out right now. That's what I think is happening. I don't think they really want him to fight the best of the best.
Hey, pass it around, man. Just try to keep it a little short. You know what I'm saying? I want to make sure I get my last few questions from Major. But Lisa, Hero, Graham, and Jimmy, who's the best at 140? Are y'all, and also are y'all excited to fight Regis versus Catterall if that fight is able to be made? Lisa, we going with you first.
Oh, okay, yeah, of course I'm interested in that fight. I think Josh Taylor moving kind of weird right now. Of course, on paper, he has done the most at this time, being the undisputed champ. But right now, I'm saying Regis seems to be the most after Josh Taylor, I would say. But right now, Josh is just, I don't like how he's moving with this Catterall thing. So I'm very interested in seeing Regis and Catterall. And right now, Regis is the goods at 140 to me. But there is a lot of smoke in that division.
It's a lot of smoke. Piero, what you got on it? Piero, you there, brother? We're going to come back to you, Piero. Troy, man, yes, what you got on the 140-pound division? Oh, no, go ahead, Piero. My apologies. Go ahead.
140. I got a tie between Josh Taylor and Regis Prograis, even though I thought Prograis did enough in the first one to take it out. The judge, I wasn't mad at the judge's decision. So, yeah, I got a tie between him and Regis.
Go ahead, Troy. It's on you.
You got a lot of names, but I'm going to Regis because he is fundamentally the best boxer, I think, at 140, and he's tough as anything, right? He's a very tough guy, and he's a good boxer. But you got other guys out there like Jack Catterall, and then you have the dark horse, which is Russell, because of his wildness and his punch. You give somebody, he might shock and amaze somebody one night, right? So
I agree with that.
I'm gonna go with those three, but Regis is the creme de la creme right now of there right now. So yeah.
Jimmy, break it down for me, bro.
Look, I think the best fighter at 140 easily is Jack Catterall. You know, he schooled, bullied, and at times clowned Josh Taylor. I mean, the fight was so one-sided that Sky Sports actually had to put out a public apology to the British fans, and the bookmakers actually froze the bets. That's how controversial the decision was.
Hey, Jimmy, real quick, let me ask this. I want to ask. I heard that there were talks about it being taken to court and everything. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. There was a lot of legal action because the decision was just so. It was probably the worst robbery I've ever seen in my life. I mean, a lot of fans thought it was 8 rounds to 4, maybe 9-3, plus a knockdown. It was a one-sided ass whooping. Yeah, plus the knockdown.
And then the ref want to take a point. I mean, God dang.
We're talking what 10-2. So, and I followed Jack Catterall's career for a while. So I've been high on him for a while, and I always thought he'd give Josh Taylor a tough fight. But even I was shocked at what I was watching. I mean, that was a one-sided ass whooping, to be honest. I mean, that's about as good as Haney did against Kambosos, or Canelo did against Callum Smith. You know, but those guys got the decision, and he didn't. So for me, it's easily Jack Catterall, and he's a very avoided fighter. So, but I remember when Jose Ramirez was dancing around him when he was Jose Ramirez's mandatory, when he was undefeated and had 2 belts. So for me, it's Jack Catterall.
Are you looking forward to if the fight is made between Catterall and Regis? Are you looking forward to that fight?
Oh, bro, I'm really looking forward to that. That's probably right now my favorite fight. That might be announced on a schedule. I think the winner of that will easily be number 1, and the winner of that for me might be a pound for pound level talent. So that's a great fight. My edge, Catterall, 60-40, but it's a tremendous fight, and I think the winner should become the number 1 fighter in the division.
Incredible. I don't disagree. I think that fight needs that. I also want to see Antoine Russell mix it up. I want to see T.O. mix it. I want to see all these fighters get in the ring. Moving forward, though, I know we're short on time, so Major Key.
Hold up. Well, first and foremost, I want to tell everybody that came over here that thought you clicked on Major Key, but you here rocking with Rightside. Make sure you subscribe, click the notifications. This is my brother right here. He's actually operating the panel the same way I would, so I got mad respect for him right now. You know what I'm saying? So, please show some love to my brother Rightside. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you watch his channel. He's trying to build his channel up. You know how we do, man. Everybody comes from the ground up. So show him some love. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I appreciate that so much, Key. I appreciate that. I wanted to ask you now, moving down to the 35. It's a hot division, the lightweights right now. You have Devin. You know I'm a Devin fan. You know how I am. The undisputed champion. But then you got a lot of people saying Tank is really the goods. I'm hearing talks about Shakur being the goods there. Man, how do you see the division right now, the 35-pound division? Who's the top dog? And belts, not even talking about the belts, just speaking on who you think the best is in the division, as well as who's the up-and-comer that could challenge them all possibly and provide some smoke, in your opinion?
Right now, the man is Devin Haney, no matter what. Lomachenko is he can probably show some glimpses. I don't know what he's gonna look like after the war. I can't really speak on that. Lomachenko was the previous one, right? But Devin Haney's moving up. He's gonna be moving up. So, and I don't think Haney's gonna be. Tank is gonna be in this division either. For years to come. You know what I'm saying? Right now, he's doing a catch weight. He is a shorter guy, but he's doing a catch weight with Ryan. I don't know what that's about. That's probably just to take Ryan off his game. But at the end of the day, Shakur is going to be the new future of the 135-pound division, bro. Like let's not even ask any questions about that. You know what I'm saying? The goods are there. The goods are there. We can all see it with our eyes. He passed the eye test a long time ago, and you know it is what it is, bro. Like you just gotta accept it for what it is and say, okay, that's the new like Xander Zayas, bro. God forbid, they start giving him title shots in a couple years, man. Once he starts getting title shots in a couple years, then you know whatever division Xander Zayas is at, he's gonna get a title. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. The same thing with you.
I apologize to the panel. I apologize. I gotta ask Major Key. I meant to ask this earlier. I apologize to everybody, and we'll get right back to the 35 pound division. I want to ask you, man. You follow the Puerto Rican fighters, right? The Dominican fighters. You know them better than I know them. Outside, and I'm a fan of Xander Zayas. Man, who else should we be looking for? You know what I'm saying right now, in your opinion, coming from that lineage?
Man, don't insult me, bro. I'm a boxing fan, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I know that, but you still know more about those fighters than I know about them. It's not an insult. I'm trying to gain knowledge.
I get you. I'm just saying, bro. Like you know what I'm saying? There's no bias with me, bro. Like, but look, here's the thing. You got the Henry LeBrons. You got the the Xander Zayas. You know what I'm saying? You got the Subriel Matias that you were talking about earlier, man. You know what I'm saying? And you got a lot of younger fighters that are just building There's a lot of younger fighters right now that are building their resume. You know, you got the Adorno brothers, but one of them's better than the other. You know, and I'm not gonna mention no names because I don't want nobody to feel bad. But you know what I'm saying? One of them is better than the other. You know, and it's just a matter of. I'm gonna be honest with you. Shout out to my brother Connor Local Sports. If you want to know about Puerto Rican boxing, go watch his channel. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And I follow Connor.
Yeah, he actually got connects with them, and I talk to Connor on a regular basis, and he be putting me up onto game that I can't share, so I don't share it. I know it, and I can validate that yo, he's 99% right. Okay, like he tells me shit sometimes a month, 2 months beforehand, and he's fucking right. But I can't say nothing because he tells me, yo, this is off record. So if he's off record, he trusts me. I'm gonna keep his word. You know what I'm saying? But yo, Connor Local be knowing the fucking scoop. You know what I'm saying? Connor Local be knowing the scoop.
Facts. So my apologies. I'm gonna pass it around now. We're going in reverse order this time. We're gonna go to Jimmy. We're going to Troy, Piero, then Lisa. As far as the 35 pound division, who's the goods there? Who's providing smoke at the division? Break it down for me, Jimmy. Go ahead. We're gonna come back.
Yeah, bro. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you good, brother?
Can you hear? Yeah, mate. I think the top dog at 135 by far is Devin Haney. You know, he's the undisputed champion. He's the guy that's got the best resume so far in the division. People that argue Tank, I feel like they're not real boxing fans. I mean, Tank claim to fame at 35 is being a journeyman in Rolly Romero, a washed-up Gamboa, and another journeyman in Rolly. The Hector Garcia fight is again a featherweight that he pulled up in weight. So with Tank Davis, for me, he's really a non-factor. Even now, Ryan Garcia, a guy that's not a lightweight. So I mean, Tank Davis, his fans say he's a star. So shout out to Tank Davis's accountant. But as far as a boxer and a champion, baby belts and journeyman. So yeah.
Damn, man, Troy, what you got on it, man? What you got on it? Troy, you there? All right, we're going to come back to you, Troy. Piero, what you got on the 35 pound division? Who the goods there? Break it down.
Well, when it comes to 135, there's tons of smoke there. Unfortunately, the undisputed champion there, which although he's one of the top dudes there, I think since these dudes, while he was there, haven't fought each other. I don't think for me there's one you can pinpoint that like he's the best in the division, but Devin Haney is definitely the man there since he does hold all the titles. Unfortunately, I believe after this Lomachenko fight, his reign there is gonna end. He's gonna move up to 140 and see what he could do up there. But if he beats Lomachenko, he could leave on a high note. He could leave. With the time that he spent there and the people that he beat, he can leave as being the best at 135. So I mean, there's tons of smoke.
when he beats Lomachenko, we got a bet on that still.
No, we do have a
got
bet.
that bet out there.
We do have a bet, but I can't say when, because I do believe Devin Haney is capable of beating Lomachenko,
But
so your best
I ain't
live,
mad at it.
but I do have Loma, but I mean, if he beats him, like I said, he's gonna leave on a high note. He's gonna leave with pretty decent resume at 135, and to me, beating the guy that was the man, at one point at 135. So
I don't disagree with Budo, man. I gotta say, Dub, I don't like Lomachenko is the missing link in that whole equation because they said he ducked Lomachenko, and then they said Lomachenko ducked him. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like a bunch of BS. Because
they say Tank ducked Lomachenko. Hold on. They say Tank ducked Lomachenko. Then they say Lomachenko ducked Devin Haney. I will say this. I just want to say this one point. I was on the Loma ducking. I was on the bandwagon, and then I thought about it, and it said you ducked somebody out the knockout boxing. He brought it up. He brought it to my attention. It's hard for me to say you ducked somebody
because he also clarified the bullshit that was going on with Get the Smoke. So shout out to Knockout.
And so all I'm saying, it's hard to say you ducked somebody when you went to Unify. I can't. Regardless of how I feel about a fighter, when you go into Unify, I can't call you a duck. I can't do that, and that it is what it is. So, real quick,
you can't call somebody a duck. Yo, my man went for fucking a championship. His second fight, he wanted to go the first fight, and they didn't allow him to. They gave him Orlando Salido, and Orlando Salido pretty much cheated the whole fucking fight. And then he went against Gary Russell Jr. Then he went against Gary Russell Jr. Then he went every single fucking thing was like a title defense. Like you can't hate on Lomachenko, baby.
I'm not hating on him. I give Lomachenko.
No, I'm not saying that you are. No, I'm not saying that you are, brother. I'm not saying that you are. I'm saying that anybody that watches boxing, you can't hate on this guy because he actually he tried to do with the best he can. 400, amateur. 396 or something. 396 and one. Only one loss. It is two fucking gold championships in amateurs, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't hate on this guy. It is what it is, man. Yeah, Salido beat his nuts up, Mr. PSA.
We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna real quick, man. I want to get because I got a few more questions, and I know what the time looking like. We ain't got a lot of time. Please go ahead, man. Or salute to the Queen, Lisa Bell. Much love to you, Queen.
Yeah.
Man, talk to me. The 35-pound division. Who's the goods? Who got the smoke? Break it down for me.
Well, the goods is Devin Haney, of course, because he's the champion there, without a doubt. And when he beats Lomachenko and proves himself, then the naysayers will fall by the wayside, and then he'll move up and do what he needs to do. And I'm not saying Loma's not a good fighter. He is, but I just think that Loma looked better at 130 than 135. That's it.
I agree with you, sis. I agree with you. I 1000% agree with you.
Hey, real quick, Troy, I see you back now. Hey, go ahead, break the 35-pound division down. Talk to me about it.
I want to agree with Lisa here and say that Lomo is he's fighting guys now that sweat down from 155 and all that. They entirely too big for him right now, and his time is going to come eventually because what is he 30 plus what? How old is he right now?
I think he's 34.
His time is winding down. So if I'm Devin Haney, this is the best time to strike at him now that he's a little bit lost a step and all that. And it's also the last chance that he will have to fight him because he's outgrowing 135. It takes a lot out of him to make that weight. But Tank, I think, is overall goods at 135. Tank is going to be moving up pretty soon too, I believe. And I'm going to tell you why. Tank has learned patience to go with that power of his. Where if you watch his older fights, he was all about, well, I'm going to get you, I'm going to get you, I'm going to get you, I'm going to get you. Watch his last fight with Garcia, who's a very damn top-notch boxer, right? He was very patient. He kept hitting the same spot all night damn long, until finally he caught
all night long, all night, oh yeah. All night long.
He sound like Jose, Jose, the Joe Puerto Rican in the Steve building. Yeah, but yeah, man. So I'm gonna go with Tank, and don't tell me I'm biased because I'm from Baltimore. Tank is from Baltimore, neither. I'm gonna go with Tank.
Hey, real quick, man. Shout out to Mad Dog H in the building, man. Shout out to say his name for me, Major Key Ty DeSant. I want to be respectful. Say his name for me, Major Key.
Mr. PSA Crush the Legend. Is that what you talking about?
No. Ty, right here.
Oh, my T.Y. DeSantis. That's my guy right there.
T.Y. DeSantis.
You call him Ty, you can call him T.Y. DeSantis. Yeah, that's my guy right there, man. He subscribed to you. I just seen. I've been monitoring. I've been monitoring to see if people are popping up. Because I gotta hold them accountable if they don't come over here and support. But it looked like people have been supporting. You got 17 people in the chat right now. You got a few new subscribers. You got 38 likes. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers better be supporting your ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Shout out to Tony Boswell, man. That's the homie. Tony always coming through showing love. Crush the legend in the building, man. I got a lot of love for the OG Crush, man. A lot of love for him. But moving forward, man, if I didn't shout my brother Kazi out. Shout out my brother Kazi. He gonna call me wrong side every time he see me. And guess what? I got love and respect for him because I know it's all out of love. You feel me? So it is what it is. I wanted to ask this question that he brought up. El Rayo versus Colbert, right? It's going to be a good fight. Both of these fighters coming off of a loss. I'm hearing people say that the loser of this fight becomes a gatekeeper. That's what I'm hearing right now. And I'm not sure I agree with it. Man, how does this fight play out?
I'm going to tell you the truth, man. Listen, look, hold on, because it's 12:01, right? So if I'm going to stretch this interview out, I need people like Carl Hansen to click the link. I need people that's in the chat that's joking around with me. Click the link. It's okay. I'm a cool dude, bro. Like we're not gonna get into like on some argumentative shit. But if y'all gonna type, then just fucking click the link. Let's talk.
Hey man, y'all know call the family. All y'all in the chat, the family.
If they start clicking links, bro, I'll give you another 28 minutes.
He said, "I'm gonna keep rocking if they click."
I'm gonna give you another 28 minutes if they start clicking links. But if they're not clicking links, bro, then yeah, we gotta end it. You know what I'm saying? Like, or at least I'm gonna end it on my side. You know what I mean? So just hit the link, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm here for y'all. I'm here for y'all. I done told you about my whole fucking family history. Told you about my mother killing my father. Told you about my growing up. Like, I went deep with y'all. You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't appreciate that and y'all can't click the link and talk to me, then I don't know what else to tell y'all, man. Y'all not real if y'all can't at least chop it up with me. You know what I'm saying?
He also left out that the movie Juice was based on his lifestyle. His childhood.
What I tell? Hold on, say that again.
Nah, you bullshit.
The movie Juice. This nigga said, all right. Colbert, and Major Key, anytime you got to jump off, brother, I got love for you and respect for you.
No, but that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to keep rocking with you because I'm happy for what's going on right now. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I mean? Like, it's what it is, man. We having a fucking productive dialogue, but I want people to add on too. Like don't just talk in the chat. I know a lot of people are not used to coming up. You know what I'm saying? But it's very simple. Just turn off your camera in the back. You know what I'm saying? And it is what it is. Just talk. Just talk your mind. Like, it's like calling into a phone, bro. Like you don't need to show your cam. You have to accept the cam and shit like that, but just talk. That's all good. It's like, you know what I mean?
Hey,
what's up?
Real quick.
We got a new brother right here.
We got the new my brother BC in the building, man. Salute
there we
to
go.
BC.
I appreciate you for clicking the link. Hell yeah.
What's up, brother?
Peace,
talk
Rightside. Peace. I was just listening to Son Cook. I was chatting with y'all earlier in the chat and whatnot. I'm Brian Corbett. I just go by BC on the camera joint. But I'm from up top, bro.
Yo, that's what's up, man. Man, love, yo. I appreciate you clicking the link. You see, this is what I'm asking people to do. I'm not here just wasting my time. I want to have dialogue. You know what I'm saying?
Earlier when I said put your link in the chat, I was talking about to your page and whatnot.
Oh yeah, no. I'm on the lab. You know what? Somebody should drop the link to my. I don't know who has the.
Give me a second. I'm gonna try to go find it real quick. Give me a second.
Oh, but I appreciate that. Yeah.
Nah, but on some for real, I think I have my opinions on things. Haney gets the short end of the stick so crazy to me, and it's like, yo, son is a masterful boxer, bro. Like if you watch how he fights, he doesn't. I mean, he has the same tools because he is the same person, but he doesn't fight each person the same way. There's times that he fought Jojo Diaz, like he makes really, really high boxers look amateurish. And niggas act like Jojo Diaz is just a walk in the park. He's not. Niggas act like Jorge Linares was walking the park. He's not. Like, Devin get busy, bro. His boxing IQ, his patience, his acumen. He beat Kambosos in the first fight with just a jab. And it's almost like we got mad at the nigga for somebody else not being able to get out the way of a jab. Okay, so he comes back the second fight, he makes the adjustment, he feints the jab, he's smashing son with the overhand right all night long. Like, what? Like, yo, dude is my son's age. You know what I'm talking about? He's 24 years old, bro.
Devin Haney's not to be played with, man. Like, this is what I'm trying to tell people, bro. Like, I used to be like a Lopez fan, right? I'm still a Lopez fan. I shouldn't say it like that. I used to be like a Lopez. I thought he would beat Haney, right?
He's from New York, bro. He getting his own way.
But at that point, Haney wasn't really like showing a lot of power and nothing like that. But as I've been watching Haney, I've even spoken to Bill on the back end, bro. And Bill does. He's
Tell that
promising.
nigga to get Breadman in his corner, bro, so he could sit on his punches. You know what I'm saying? Like, Dev got power. You don't see niggas just trying to run into his fists. You know what I'm saying? He's on some chess club shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but with his middies.
Real quick, and the thing is, Devin, he's a master boxer. That's what it is. People will tell you he ain't got no power, but ain't nobody walking him down.
He Bobby Fischer with the Smitties, right side.
So it's cool. You can tell me all of that, but I got a transition shooter to my brother Crush. Crush, the legend, is in the building.
Oh, man.
And if y'all don't know Crush, man, that's my big homie, bro. Like,
Crush,
straight, man.
He was in the chat.
Yeah, we know him.
Good, brother. How you
What
doing?
up, Crush? Talk to me, man. What you got tonight?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, salute to the chat, man. Major Keys, I just subbed to you, man. So I checked you out a couple times, but I just subbed to your channel. You dope work. I like the energy, man. So
I appreciate that, brother.
Yeah. I love the dopeness, man. Salute to everybody. Here's the thing with Devin Haney, and I just had a discussion with my oldest son, who's the same age as Devin Haney. He's a big Devin Haney fan. So I heard BF talking about his power yesterday on the show. And he was saying that Devin Haney's knockout started to decrease because he started fighting better opposition. So I was thinking about it. I said, in a way I agree, in a way I don't. Because even those top guys that he didn't get knocked out was guys that can actually get knocked out and stop. You see what I'm saying? So I left it there. Now, here's the thing with the power with Devin Haney. People say he don't have power. Now, I agree with that. But you know what I think is more so of this? It's a thinker's man game first, right? Now, this man is a master class boxer. He has one of the highest IQs in boxing right now in all weight classes. That says a lot. And when it's a thinking man's game first before your physical attribute, you got to look at it. He got a double sword advantage because he got decent power that's respectful, but also if you can't think your way around what this man is shooting out to you, then how the fuck you gonna get in there? You could be feather-fisted as fuck, but if you can't get past that thinking tank level, it's horrible for you. And Devin Haney had both. And I say this, that's why I want this man to just go ahead and move up, because what I think about the reason why his knockout decrease is not really because he's fought tough opposition. You gotta also understand, when people start draining themselves, they taking away from their natural attributes. So where his power should be at, he's draining himself because he's no longer fit for the weight class. So you sucking yourself down. So you got bleachers on because you sucking yourself down. So you actually taking away from yourself. To where you see when this guy just is sparring, you see how big this guy is. So when he gets to like 47, get to like fighting around his natural weight, then we're going to see his knockouts, I think, start to increase again because he's been draining himself for a minute because he's a big young man and he's growing fast. So, him beating Lomachenko, to me, Lomachenko gets a little too much credit. This is just my opinion. It's not an argument. Nothing for nobody to debate. I was never sold on a guy like that. People call him the Matrix, but I would call him Matrix for a whole different damn reason. This guy set back with 2 Olympics, and when he could have started pro, you look at the time when he should have started pro, look who he would have came in there against. Then we talk about his resume. This dude had Dorothy slippers on from the Wizard of Oz. He clicked this hill 3 times. His first fight, he did it. Come on, man. He ain't even ran through a whole weight class. Yeah, he looked good and all that, but all this other stuff, listen, I got my own opinion because especially with old media, when they talk about boxing easy, they don't know boxing better than anybody on this damn panel because they don't take the time to study it enough. They don't have the passion for it like we do. So I don't go by what they said. I sit back and I chop it up with y'all, but I mean, Devin already did everything he needed to do. So what I'm saying is short term, he don't need no Lomachenko to solidify anything because he got them damn belts without fighting Lomachenko.
He wanted that. He wanted that, Crush. He been asking for Lomachenko for like 5 joints, bro. Like he wanted that. Like that.
This is what Devin has been doing.
And I don't think Lomachenko's fluff either. I don't think he's just fluff.
Devin has always asked for the best. One thing, and one of the reasons I rock with him is because he want to fight the best. When we started talking about people trying to, or quote unquote, clout chasing all this other stuff, I'm sitting here like, bruh, the man has been calling anybody who is anybody his weight. Remember when he was calling out Robert Easter Jr.? People don't remember that. They don't remember that. He's been calling anybody who's anybody.
A lot of people.
Anybody who is anybody, the brother has been calling them.
Also, I think he doesn't have a lack of power. He has a lack of total engagement. I think it's just the way he fights that makes it look like he don't have power because he don't sit on all his punches. But when he do, like people, you see on their face that they respect that shit. He's not trying to knock you out. He does what Floyd did, and not to compare him to Floyd, but just the mentality of it. It is the fight within the fight. It's I'm going to make you acknowledge that you cannot beat me.
Yeah, I think and shout out to Rich Martinez, to RP, everybody that came over here from iTalk, because that's actually a channel that we mess with, and they said they were going to plug this channel earlier today, even though they were live at the same time. Man. So the fact that they plugged it while they were live, that shows you how real they are. So make sure you subscribe to iTalk, ITOK, which means if they only knew. And they talk about old school. They talk about old school shit that's going on in life. They talk about all types of crazy subjects, and they just real people. They're all older people that talk intelligently. They could roast too, but it's not like no smoke or nothing like that. You know what I mean? They're just grown people. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Major Key,
I'm gonna check them out.
Tell them, hold on. Tell them to either or I'll wrench whoever is necessary up. But man, y'all, the people can go subscribe. And I say that to say this.
RP, are you still here? Channel, RP, are you still here? Because if RP is still here, she actually has a female version of it. They have the ladies of iTalk as well. So RP, are you still here?
Let me see if I can find
RP,
in the chat.
if RP is still here, which is Russian Princess, right? She's So she's still here. I'll drop the link to iTalk. So for the females and for the gentlemen as well, because they show support. Let me tell you something. That's a real community right there. Like no matter what, they'll go subscribe. They'll go show support. They'll send everybody over there to click the like button for you. You know what I'm saying? They'll click your link even if you're not there, drop the link if you're not there. Like that's a real a supporters channel. So I'm just going to say.
So appreciate that.
I actually went over and checked out iTalk. I was on your panel, Major Key, and
Yeah.
you told me. I went over and checked them out, and I was like, okay, they actually have really good things going on over there. They got real conversation. It is what it is. Real
It
conversation.
is what it is. Yeah. So if RP's not here, I know Rich is still part of that family as well. Rich Martinez.
Martinez.
Yeah, Rich Martinez is part of that family as well. But I mean, I was trying to keep it to RP because she's one of the females. So she could. But Rich, if you're gonna get the rents, bro, at least drop both links for the females and for the regular iTalk, and also for your channel as well, because he does music. He's a DJ. You know what I'm saying? But
please do.
But yo, what we were talking about? We were talking about something important. The Lomachenko.
We were talking.
The reason that I think that Lomachenko is important is not because Devin Haney hasn't proven himself. It's just because the last question. Everybody thought that Teofimo should have fought him for the rematch because he had the shoulder injury. Everybody thought that Teofimo should have fought him, and then they said that Loma ducked Devin Haney. That's why he dropped the belt and got the franchise, and that's, you see what I'm saying? So that would clear everything. This is the last piece to the puzzle. It's not that he has to. It's just a great thing if he does. That's all. It's a beautiful thing if he does. It just helps to everybody for clarity, so there's no more questions, no more doubts or anything moving forward. That's all. That's all.
They will still pop shit though, brother.
Yeah, but that's a Hall of Famer. If he when he wins that fight, that's a Hall of Fame win.
Yeah.
His accolades right now is enough. He is the youngest undisputed champion in the 4-belt era. Period.
One question though, and I would like to be.
Yeah, but
he got seven title defenses. Then he won undisputed.
Hey, hold on, family. Hold on for one mic. You feel me? So let my brother BC get it off. We're gonna go to Lisa, then Major Key. The question is on you. What the question you want to ask? But BC get it off. We're going to Lisa, then we come to you, Major Key. Respect.
He have already defended his title 6 times, 7 times. He is the youngest undisputed champion in 4-belt history. He lives this shit is like storybook already. He's already going. No matter whether we like him or not, whether he loses later or not, whether he had power or not, like it just bugs me out how people be talking like that. And like being from New York, I remember back when I was living in Brooklyn and everybody was talking about Paulie Malignaggi, and like Paulie Malignaggi was like, I don't want to say he was a bum because I know what it takes to do what he did, but it's kind of like he was they hype. You know what I mean? Like if you from up here, then you know what it is. It's like the Porter, like Tito. That's how they was going for Trinidad. How we like it's we don't like to say, because it's an uncomfortable conversation to say that boxing is tribal and is divided by race and things of that nature, but it is.
It's divided by, you said it.
Yeah, but Tito's a legend. Come on, like as far as Paulie Malignaggi, Paulie's a good boxer. The thing with Paulie is Paulie had hand issues, brittle hands. So that's why his punching power was very limited. But when it comes to like a jab or something, he was a good boxer like that.
He was a smart fighter, and he wasn't no chump. I'm not taking no jabs at him. He wasn't a chump. He fought everybody, but like it bugs me out that people could watch that and be like, yeah, he was a good boxer, but niggas would be like, yo, Devin Haney ain't got no punching power. Last time I checked, it was called boxing, not punching.
Mm-hmm.
The shit ain't Mike Tyson's punch out.
There's a combination of both. You got to be brilliant, you got to be brutal, and you got to be beautiful. It's all the above.
The best thing is just don't even pay attention to what people say. You want to enjoy boxing? Don't even worry about what people say. You'll enjoy it better.
When people say that he can't punch, I think to myself that these are people that have never had a fight where people hit them back.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Because I don't even listen to the crap.
Real quick, I don't mean to cut you off, Jimmy. I don't know what's going on. It keeps saying that your device is not connected. I can't let you on when your device is not connected. Go ahead, BC. My apologies for cutting you
Also, I
off.
was supposed to respond afterwards as well, but go ahead, bro.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Pardon me.
I was going to say, like, you know, I feel where you're coming from. I really do. 1,000%. I feel where you're coming from. But you see, like, I'm on a level, brother, and I feel like it's in you, the way you're talking, that it's in you as well. Tribalism is more for followers, bro. Like, I'm the type of dude that if I was to go to jail and they try to force me to go to this section or this section, I'm the type of dude that would create my own gang. I'm not trying to follow another gang. You know what I'm saying? That's who I am. You know what I'm saying? I'm the leader. Then the next 20, 30 years, 50 years, you're going to hear about this gang that I started, not the gang that I fucking followed. You see what I'm saying? I'm that type of dude. So what I'm trying to say is I get the tribalism aspect of it, but I don't really hate on anybody, bro. I love boxing. The sport itself is what I love. I don't care if you're black, white, Hispanic, you know, Caucasian, Filipino, Japanese. I really don't care, bro. I know that over here we try to rock with our people and shit like that, and it's cool. But at the end of the day, if I'm giving a real life perspective as a boxing content creator, right? I gotta give my truth, and which is, I think this motherfucker's gonna fuck this dude up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care if he's from America, he's gonna get fucked up. You know what I'm saying? It is what I don't care if he's from Puerto Rico, he's gonna get fucked up. You know, it is what it is. You just gotta be because otherwise you don't get any credibility. You have to be honest with yourself and just say what it is. Hey, here's how he can beat him. You don't have to say it like so, like, you know, you don't have to shit on the dude. You could be like, hey, look, this is how he can beat him. But unless he does this and this and this and that, you know, this is how he's going to lose. And then people give you more credibility. You see what I'm saying? You don't necessarily need to shit on nobody, but you got to be realistic. You can't always just say, like, this guy's going to beat him because, you know, he's from this ethnic group. He's from this tribe. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's not realistic.
Right. Because I, for me, like I said,
I don't mean to cut you off. Listen, I apologize for cutting you off. Man, shout out to the OG KQKC. That's the OG. That's the homie. He's the reason. I put it on everything. I found the YouTube boxing community by finding his channel first. So I always got to give much love and reverence to the OG KQKC. Go ahead, Lisa. I apologize.
Thank you,
Hell yeah, KQKC. Nice. Really great brother. Beautiful spirit. I just say this. Sometimes I enjoy boxing more when I just watch it without all that noise in my head, like from on YouTube or Twitter or reading art. You know what I'm trying to say? Like sometimes I just watch it without prejudice or anything, and then that's when I find, damn, it's not as bad as I think. Sometimes just the BS, the back and forth. You know what I mean? And not to say that we don't love talking boxing amongst each other, but I'm like, shit, sometimes it just be more noise on here than it needs to be, if you know what I'm saying.
That's facts. I hear you. It's a lot of like controversial shit that just distracts us from the facts, right, Lisa?
Yeah, we had great fights last weekend, and we have good fights. We get glimpses, but then we don't focus on them. We go back to the same insanity.
Because
it sells. Because it sells in the track.
We're gonna do it this way. I want to go to Jimmy. I want to go to my brother Troy. Then I got a question for the panel. Go ahead, Jimmy.
No, I just answer Lisa's question. I think a lot of boxing fans, they enjoy the drama more than the fights. And to be fair to them, I mean, boxing has been a little slow this year. So, of the last year, sorry. So, I get it. But for me, it's like, I don't have any problem with as far as the tribalism thing, like rooting for a fighter because he's from the same country as you or from the same, I don't know, religion, color, whatever. My biggest issue is, like, don't hate on a fighter that isn't from your Pacific ethnic whatever. So that's what I have an issue with. Mexican, black, white, whatever fans rooting for whatever fighters, I'm cool with that. For me, it's not really a big deal. Do whatever you want. But I think when people hate on fighters just because they don't share the same, I don't know, country or ethnic group or religion or whatever, for me, that's always a little suspect because at the end of the day, boxing is just entertainment. It's not that deep or like all life altering. You know, it comes under the same category as ping pong and darts. You know, like it's not that deep.
You said ping pong. Hey man, man, when you say ping pongs and darts, all right, that's a whole nother story. I ain't gonna go there. I want to make sure anybody real quick, and I know there's somebody I'm supposed to be passing it to. I forgot who it is. I believe it's Troy Graham, but anybody who Troy, go ahead first. Anybody who wants to respond, and then we got to get to the next question.
Okay, well, tribalism is a part of boxing. Is always going to be there, just like skin on bone. It ain't going nowhere. I mean, people tell me, well, you biased as root for all Jamaicans. So what? I don't care. You know, that's just a part of who I am, right? It's just a part of it. That's just a small part of who I am, but it doesn't mean that I don't root for anybody else. But if it's two fighters in the ring and one's Jamaican and he's good, then I'm gonna find a reason to vote. Then I'm gonna find a reason to vote for him. It's just natural like that. What hurts the sport is when that's all that you root for. Everybody that looks just like you. That's called racism. You know, you always have to root for the best. I don't give a damn who it is. But that tribalism is not going nowhere. It's been there. It's gonna be there. There's nothing you can do about it. Focus on, focus on the aspects of boxing that you love, because you can't love what somebody else loves. You can't. You just have to be true to yourself. I like guys that are good boxers and can punch and that are not ashamed. That'll come in and give it to you. You know, they'll step on your private space and just turn it on you. Those type of fighters I like. James Toney's, the Mike McCollums, the Sugar Rays, those type of guys.
Like when you go to your kid's ball game, you're not shitting on the other parents' kids. You're rooting for your kid.
Bingo, mi amigo.
Sometimes you are shitting on the other. Respect.
Well, I mean, yeah, my kid. Hey, I got to deal with this little demon. You goddamn right. It ain't personal. Don't take it personal. It's tribal. It's like my team versus your team. My team. Go shit.
So look, so I want to move forward. There's so many questions that gotta be asked. Once again, going to my brother Major Key. Major Key, you still there?
Of course I am, bro.
All right, bro. So let me ask this question. Then I want to pass it around the same way we pass all the questions around. Gervonta Tank Davis versus Shakur Stevenson. Who wins that fight?
That is.
I don't think Shakur falls victim. I think Shakur's too smart. I think Shakur does actually beat Tank.
You got Shakur over Tank?
I do got Shakur over Stank. I didn't mean to call him Stank.
Oh, not Stank.
Oh boy, I'm coming.
Hold on, wait a minute. We can't do him like that. Now we can't do that.
No, I didn't mean to do that. It just came out naturally. Like I don't know if it was the tribalism that I was listening to just before I came back on or what. Like something happened to my spirit. It just said Stank, and I didn't mean to say that.
My
shit.
bad. I'm gonna take the blame for that. I'm taking all the blame for that. That was
you guys manipulated me into this, bro.
I told you about them empanadas after midnight, Major Key. I told you that you didn't listen, did you? No, you didn't listen.
All right, so Major Key, break it down. We're going to Lisa, and then we're going all the way around the penalty.
Well, because look, Leo Santa Cruz was beating him. Isaac Cruz was being. I think he actually edged him out, but whatever. That's on that edge. Whatever you want to believe on that, it was a close fight, good fight. At the end of the day, I think that Shakur is way better than both of those guys, bro. I think Shakur is way better than Leo. He's way better than Isaac, bro. I'm sorry, man. I just don't see Gervonta pulling that out. Especially the fact that he's not testing himself. He's not testing himself right now. He's not putting himself against killers right now. You know what I'm saying? He's not doing it.
I don't see Shakur fighting any killers either.
Hold on. We gonna get there. I'm gonna let y'all cook on it. I'm gonna let y'all cook on it. When y'all cook, go ahead, Lisa.
I'm rocking with Shakur. I'm Brick City Tribe, so it's Brick City all day, every day for me. And it's skill versus will, but Tank is a skill fighter. Don't get me wrong, but I just think Shakur, when it comes to range and distance, he's like one of the best out there right now. And he's a very smart boxer. He just got to worry about that one-hitter quitter. That's the thing with Tank. Tank can put you out. But I think Shakur is smart enough to maneuver himself around the ring. And Shakur is getting big. Like, his man strength is coming in. He's getting big. And Shakur's a mean little sucker, too. So is Tank. Yeah, he is. He mean. Like, he's deep. Yeah, but they both mean. But Shakur is, like, devious. Like, you know how you see him at the weigh-ins? And he smiled with the big dimples and just, like, touching the belt. Give me my belt. He a mean little motherfucker.
Hey, Lisa, can I say this? I feel like,
Yeah.
Troy, you got a little feedback, Troy. You got a little feedback, so I'm gonna put you on mute. But Lisa, I feel like you're saying right now, you can look at him as damn near one of your nephews, but you know that he just a mean, bad motherfucker. Like he just mean for no reason. That's what it sounds like you're saying. What you think?
No, I just think he's just a little devious, and he's very confident in himself. That's one of the things I love about Shakur is his confidence.
I ain't mad at you. I'm a huge Shakur fan.
Mm-hmm.
I think Devin beats him. But
I don't. I think Shakur beats Devin.
That's the triangle theory right there. I think all three of them could beat all three of them. Just depends on which one of them shows up that night.
Gotcha.
Real quick, fella. I want to do something. I learned this from Major Key. Major Key, let's see if I do this the right way. I want to see if I do it the right way. I'm probably gonna mess something up. Okay, here we go. Oh, not that one. And we got my brother in the background. Make sure I say your name right. Golo. I'm gonna say. I don't know how to say your name, brother. Put your camera on respectfully. I don't know you. I know everybody else who done jumped on.
Hit authenticate. The three dots. Hit the three dots that say authenticate and see if the name matches. If it doesn't, then you got to treat it very carefully and you can put anybody's logo in front after you add them in. So as soon as you add them in, be ready. Like
okay, I hit the three dots. It say authenticate up there. Then it say edit name, edit mic, edit kick from studio. What?
Yeah. So if you don't want to kick them, then what you do is just put like as soon as you add them in, real quick, just like even put your name up, like on the solo layout. So you gotta just be ready to click. Quick.
Hey, you want me to throw my camera on right side?
No, you good? My brother, what's going on, Golo?
Yeah, put somebody. Yeah, there we go. There you go. Now you go. Yeah.
Number one, guy, Gene.
Can you hear me, brother?
Number one, guy, jeans.
Go.
Man, what up, historian?
That's CBH.
Hey, what up, historian?
Oh, I didn't even understand the hell he said.
Hell no. CBH, we love CBH, man. You got everybody nervous over here. Niggas gonna drop a click and shit, man.
He sounded like a computer or some shit.
I'm speaking in Japanese.
Oh, okay.
How you feeling?
What it do?
What's good with y'all?
What up, though?
So hold on. We're gonna get you in here, historian. We're gonna get you in here, but we're gonna keep passing the question around because I believe we with my brother Troy Graham now. Troy, when we talking about Shakur and Tank, I was gonna say we talking about Shakur and Tank. Who wins that fight?
Reality, when it comes to both fighters, Shakur has the better fundamentals, and overall in time, he's going to be a hell of a lot better boxer than Tank if it could be. But at this point in their career, if you put him in with Tank right now, because Tank Tank is focused right now, and he's patient. He beat Shakur right now. But if you give him a year or two, Shakur is going to beat him. He's just going to outbox him. He's going to outbox him, and he's going to make it look easy. But if they fight right now, Tank...
He's focused on taking guilty pleas.
No. I'm being honest. I'm being honest. I'm being very honest with you. If you wait and you let this kid grow and get into his prime, because he's like Ward. He has that type of... Ward is a nice enough guy, but he's mean. He's mean. Just like Lisa said, he's mean. He got a mean streak, and he'll go in there and he'll box circles around Tank in the next 2 years. Now, Devin Haney and him are closer to skill when it comes to boxing. Anybody who makes the first mistake in that fight a few years down the road, that's who loses that damn fight. The first person to make a mistake is the one who loses.
Hey, Troy, I'm gonna tell you this. The only reason I got Devin over Shakur, Devin is longer and bigger. Simply off of that piece of it. That's the only reason I have it. I think their skill level is very similar. I'm gonna pass it to my brother BC. Then we going to Crush. We going to Jimmy. Then the historian. What you got on BC?
I do not like any of these three matchups because I can find arguments for either side to win. I think that we are so enamored by Tank's power that we forget that the nigga can actually think in the ring as well, but people don't withstand his punch at that weight, so we don't get to see him outthink. Major Keys said something earlier about the Isaac Cruz joint, and I can see an argument going either way, but the argument halts at that nigga hurt his hand and fought the rest of the fight with his offhand, and still, come on, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that even though Shakur gets hit the least out of all three of them, I think that until I actually see him take a punch, like we could talk about when Linares rocked Haney. We see how he withstood that. I've never seen anybody lay no real level on Shakur to say how he would take a punch, much less a punch from Tank. I know that all three of them have sparred each other, and I know that Haney and Shakur know, let me get the fuck out the way of this dude's punch, but there is no advantage because they're both left-handed. So it depends on who shows up that night. I've seen Tank get his chin checked. I've seen Devin get his chin checked. I've never seen Shakur get his chin checked. So it's hard to say, but I would say, based on what the variables that I don't know, I would say Tank wins, only because when you get hit for real, your output changes, and I've never seen Shakur in a defensive posture that he didn't choose to be in.
Now we did see that, respectfully.
Nicatelli.
See,
nah.
the queen know what I was doing. Well, according to Shakur, and I gotta pass. I want to make sure I pass it. I'm gonna let you have it. I'm gonna let you have it this time.
Honestly,
I disagree.
Honestly, like, I wasn't in the ring, so I can't say
Shakur
when he was buzzed.
He said,
but he was but his body language didn't say it to us. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about involuntarily buzzed. I'm talking about like when Jorge Linares rocked Devin Haney. It don't matter what the fuck Devin Haney was talking about. That nigga's legs was talking about he got rocked. I'm talking about like that. I've never seen it, nor have you. We got to take him at his word because he was the nigga in the ring. But realistically, like, nah, bro. I haven't seen that.
Right. All I'm saying is realistically, if the brother told me he was hurt, then I'm gonna believe what he's saying. That's simple. But gotta go to my brother Crush, man. Crush, what you got on it, man? Talk to me about Tank and Shakur. How you see that fight playing out? Who wins that fight? And we'll move forward.
Okay, here's this thing. I like this discussion, but I don't like this discussion when it comes to these three guys. You know, when it comes to these three guys, what we talking about, you know, 2 out of the 3. I'm going to be honest with y'all. It's a 50-50 fight, okay? Everybody think that Shakur and Devin are levels above Tank when it comes to boxing IQ. I don't agree with. Tank can box just as well as those dudes. I bet you if you ask Shakur Stevenson, he's going to tell you that. Devin may tell you the same thing. So it's a 50-50 fight because we never seen Tank actually use the best of his boxing skill. So to keep on saying someone is levels above him as far as boxing wise and you only give him credit on boxing, then I think on fight night you might be on the wrong side of, on picking a winner because we don't know. And it would take a Shakur Stevenson to pull out Tank's highest level of his boxing ability. You nor I gonna know how that's gonna turn out. The only thing we know for sure is Tank hit these guys. That's what you can say. A lot of people say for sure those guys going out of boxing. But we know his levels to this. No, anybody that Tank has fought hasn't been good enough for him to have to resort to all his boxing tools. To whereas he's, a little different from Wilder, to whereas Wilder more so needs to knock out somebody. Tank is good enough to beat and outbox anybody on the card. Not saying he will, but anybody. He beat Isaac Cruz. Okay, it was a close fight. A lot of that shit Cruz has landed. He missed a lot of shit. He landed a lot of good shit. But that showed you this man could box because let me tell y'all something before I pass this on. If you got one hand against my two, I'm not losing to nobody with motherfucking one hand. I'm not. You're not going to beat me with one hand. I got two. If you a bad dude and you gifted like that, it ain't going to happen on that night when you face me, bruh. So it's a 50-50 fight because even though Tank can punch, we got to see Shakur get hit. We still can't say Shakur got that beard or not. We don't know until he actually get hit. So it's a 50-50 fight, man.
Mm-hmm. Can I say something right quick? I'm not going to be long.
Go ahead, Lisa.
It's not like it's the first time fighters have fought with one hand because they broke one or whatever. I mean, you had people like Harry Greb that was in there and fought and was blind in one eye. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm not going to give nobody that's not the first time I've seen that. You know what I mean? Because he had one hand or whatever. You know what I'm saying? If you go in the history of boxing, this is not the first time that's happened. He don't get any, nothing special for that, He don't get extra. Look, I'm talking about a man blind.
I mean, you do get something special for it, though.
No, hold on, real quick. When we talk about somebody like Gary Russell, when he fought this shoulder up, right? Even though I thought he lost that fight. I thought he lost the fight. But I watched the man box with one arm, right? I'm not giving him extra credit for fighting with one arm. I'm not giving you extra credit. And so whether I think you win or lose the fight, I'm gonna keep it a buck, and you don't get extra credit just because you quote unquote broke your hand. Devin Haney, he broke it. He broke his hand. He broke his hand in a fight, and he still went and won the fight. And once again, Tank went and won the fight. I'm not saying all I'm saying is you don't get extra credit.
No, you do. You get extra credit because it separates you from a regular dude. Because it's not easy to do. First off, if you ever played the sport and you hurt yourself, it's not easy.
When you hurt yourself within the fight, but here's the thing though, because like Lisa Bell said, this been going on multiple times in boxing for 100 years. Guys have been hurt, guys have torn to ACLs, fucked up knees, and went up in the ring and fought. All right. In some injury, you had a whole guy in Joe Frazier who was blind in a whole one of his eyes and fought for that for his entire career.
He was blind in the right eye.
Right, and he was legally blind in one eye. Look, he didn't make no excuses. He didn't make it known to anybody. That shows a sign of weakness if you're making it known to somebody. The thing is, if you get hurt within the round or in the fight, then that's the nature of a fight. It is what it is. You need to push through. If you can't push through, it is what it is. You don't get no extra credit for losing or winning that fight. It is what it is. Like Jordan, look, okay, watch this. Bernard Hopkins fucked up his shoulder in the fight against William Jop. Well, it was not William Jop. It was Antoine Echoes. Fought him with one shoulder in the second fight, and stopped the motherfucker. But made no excuse for it, and nobody gave him credit or credit or discredit him. This is something that's been going on, bro.
I got one if you don't mind, man. We talked about Jordan's flu game. They talk about Jordan's flu game.
Hold on. And the reason I want to stop you because I want to get into the back and forth, but I want everybody to get their points off first. We skipped Jimmy, and we still got to go and get my brother, the historian, the same respect I'm gonna give y'all. I got to give him that same respect. So Jimmy, please speak on the fight, Tank versus Shakur. Speak on that fight. Then we're gonna go to the historian, and then we're gonna open the panel up, and y'all can go back and forth. But I want to give everybody their chance to speak first.
Yeah, cheers, mate. I think I definitely favor Shakur. I feel like recently, especially, I've seen Shakur fight much better fighters. You know, the performance he put on against Oscar Valdez, and that was a unification, you know, with real belts against real ranked fighters, not, you know, baby belts against journeymen, right? The Conceição fight, you know, that's a guy that a lot of people thought should have been undefeated Olympic gold medalist, and he destroyed him for that Jamal Herring. I just feel like his skills are way too much. As far as Tank, you know, I've seen him get outboxed by, again, guys like Rolly Romero. I mean, this is a journeyman in my opinion. Hector Garcia, a blown up featherweight, was lighting him up. Isaac Cruz, these fighters are not even B-level fighters. For me, I see them as C-level guys. And if you're going life and death with a C-level guy in Isaac Cruz, who, let's be honest, has never done anything, right? Or Rolly Romero, a guy who a couple of fights ago got schooled by Jackson Martinez, again, another journeyman. So when people say Tank's got this high IQ and boxing skills, I disagree, because I've just seen him get outboxed by, again, like high-level journeymen. So when he steps up against an elite technician, I don't think he'll be able to pull it off. He can punch a little bit, but against Hector Garcia, who's a featherweight, or Leo Santa Cruz, I mean, there's a reason why they won't put him in there with the real lightweights, right? Why they refused to make the Lomachenko fight when that was relevant, why he hasn't gone out of his way to fight Devin or Shakur, and he's going down the superstar path, right? The ticket seller, the dude that makes his accountant happy, right? So yeah, I just think it's a mismatch, and I think Shakur will beat him to a bloody pulp.
Damn, Jimmy, I don't know about a bloody pulp, but I do have Shakur winning. Hey, Scholar, break it down. Oh, my apologies. Historian, break it down for me, man. Shakur versus Tank, who you got winning that fight? And then we open it up for the panel. I do want to hear, I don't have no more questions tonight from Major Key, so I would ask everybody to let Major Key get his last points off before getting into the open panel. You feel me? Go ahead, Major Key. I mean, my bad. Historian. My apologies.
Tank versus Shakur Stevenson. At 135, Tank versus Shakur. Shakur gonna have a sizable reach and height advantage, a pretty decent height advantage. 2 inches and maybe like 4 or 5 inch reach on Tank. But with all that being said, Shakur has the best defense, best head movement, and best reflexes in the sport currently right now. Pretty good jab and everything, but the thing is, though, when you're fighting against someone like Tank Davis, who's an accurate power puncher, very accurate, sharp power puncher, one of the top 5 most pound hardest punchers in the sport, by the way, with a guy who can get in a dogfight, who has a great chin. If you cannot hurt that guy or make him think about coming inside, especially with his accuracy and his sharpness, he doesn't throw too many combinations. Neither does Shakur. But the thing is, and this is the Achilles heel against a counterpuncher, you wait too long, you're going to get timed, you're going to get caught. And when you're fighting someone of Tank Davis, if he's there, if he's ready mentally, physically, with his punching power, with his sharp, accurate shots, especially when he gets so close with those sharp hooks or sharp uppercuts, left uppercut, the right hook. If he tags Shakur, it's gonna tell a lot about Shakur's physical toughness, his chin, and what he can do. Because when Tank hits something, he breaks something. With that being said, though, I don't see the fight going past the 10th round. I think Tank gets him out of there before then. Because I think with all his reflexes and his defense and his ability to move, I don't think that he's that much faster than Tank Davis to make a difference. And I'm not going to take someone who's going to be defensive and being in relying on his reflexes and relying on his defense against someone who's sharp and accurate with the type of power that Tank has. And so far, even though Tank has not fought the greatest of competition, he's fought enough to where we can say that he has fought the type of quality of competition up to this point that he'd be the most reliable and most favorable guy going into the fight, as talented as Shakur Stevenson is. So I would say the 10th is stopped before the 10th round. He catches him before then.
So historian, if I hear correctly, you got Tank winning that fight, right?
I got Tank stopping him, knocking him out.
And this is the thing. And then I want to go to Major Key. Then I'm gonna open it up. I want everybody to get their points off. My thing, I at the end of the day, you can't take anything from Tank. Tank, he has the ultimate equalizer, and because he has that, he always a live dog in the fight. I can sit here and say I believe, and I always will tell y'all, I ride with boxers over punchers. I think that Shakur and Devin box better than Tank. The thing is with the power Tank possesses, it's I say that this is how I think it will happen. If Tank stop either one of them or both of them, I won't be surprised, because that's what Tank brings to the table, and that's why we love to watch him fight so much. I want to give my brother Major Key the opportunity to kind of close the episode out, but we're gonna keep the panel open. We want to have anybody who want to talk about whatever. We about that, but I do want to give my brother Major Key. This was his show tonight, and I thank you so much, Major Key, for coming through.
It's my pleasure,
And
thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks for inviting me up, man. Look, I'm gonna say this. It's like this. Look, for the way that I see it, it's like Usyk if you throw, I don't know, a Dillian White or something, like maybe not a Dillian White, but maybe an AJ or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And you see what happened there. Yeah, there's an opportunity for the knockout, but I just think that the slicker fighter will prevail as long as you know what I'm saying? You still have power yourself. You can still keep them at bay. You can still win the fight. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I'm going to digress from that conversation because, I was about to leave like an hour and a half ago and I'm still here. You know what I mean? But I got to go show some love. Some of my, no. You good. I enjoyed myself. But with that being said, shout out to everybody on the panel. You, Lisa Bills, Troy Grizzy, you know what I'm saying? TBH, my brother, Jimmy, you know what I'm saying? Mr. Crush, BC, all of y'all. Shout out to everybody in the chat too, everybody that came through. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully y'all
appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
Peace.
Yeah, much love, Major Key.
No doubt.
Much love, Major Key.
And so I may be even live in an hour, but I don't even know, bro. I'm just an asshole like that. I might just go live in an hour.
You gotta take your ass to bed.
I'm trying to. That's why I'm trying to get off, because I should have been
now.
I should have been reclining already, but y'all kept me up, so I might just like be an asshole in an hour and just come live. But I don't know. In the meantime, y'all, I'm gonna be definitely hoping that everything went well tonight, brother. And I appreciate you even asking me about my life story. Hopefully, it engaged your fans and they know they understand Major Key Boxing a little bit more. if they have any follow-up questions, they could put it in the chats, in the comment section, and in the after party. You know what I'm saying? But with that being said,
you, brother.
come out, bro.
Much love to my brother Major Key, man. Much love to him.
Much love, Major Key.
I also want anybody on the panel, anybody in the chat. We not just looking Major Key. He big time, not respectfully, of course, respectfully, big time. But man, if you got a channel, if you don't have a channel, I want to hear everybody's story. I talk to all y'all so much. I just want to get the stories, because one thing that I have learned to enjoy is getting to know people. And anybody on the panel right now, anybody in the chat, if you want to jump on Rockin' with Rightside, hit me up. And I would love to have all of y'all on. I definitely would love to have all of y'all on. And
Hey, Doug.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry for cutting you off. Let me just say this. I mean, I would share, because I'm usually an open person, but it's something I learned being on here, man. Some of the most disgusting human beings are on social media, to be very honest with you. I just don't
agree.
I mean, I did a show on Troy, the Troy Graham experience, right? I just wanted to take some time off because I was dealing with some health issues, right? And then after I came back, I was faking, I was this, I was that. So many people try to come at me because of my illness, and I just can't stand that, man. That's why I don't come out and play with everybody no more. I just don't see the use of giving you my time. You know, that's the most important thing I have in this life.
And I don't have no problem with it. What I say to something like that is, when you come over here, you see how go look at any interview I do. I'm gonna treat you with respect, love, regardless. And once again, if you don't want to, I have no problem with it either. I don't have people turn me down, but it's more about getting to know people. And so at the end of the day, if you're comfortable doing it, if you're not comfortable doing it, I got respect for you regardless. And I just love to bring the people on and to get your story.
Right.
One of my first interviews, and I always go back to KQKC. He was the first, him, and that's what really keyed me into the boxing community. And so I was able to bring him on, and we had a great conversation. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's up to you. And Troy, I would love to have you on. If you don't want to come on, no problem. Lisa, you know I done told you multiple times I want you.
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
So,
I just have to email you said, right?
Right. It's no problem regardless.
No, I have no problem doing it. Yeah.
No, I'm not
I have no problem.
Just in general, just make sure if you're not comfortable, then I understand it. I understand.
Let me say this, man. I'm glad you're doing shows like this, because in all reality, we can't all play the same fool every damn day. Everybody has their own path and their own way to go, right? Everybody cannot say the same damn thing every damn day. You go from one channel, okay, he's saying that. You go to the next channel, he's saying the same thing. We ain't stupid, man. We're not stupid. We understand what's going on. All we ask is that we adults and say, why don't we switch it up some? Just like in the 90s with rap, you know, you had the Big Daddy Kanes, you had your NWAs, you had your Cool G rap and all of that, right? All we ask for, man, is some flavor. And I'm real grateful you're doing shows like this, because it attracts those people who are actually real adults and really have something to say. Not the ones that are mouth breathers, that I like to call them, you know, the low-hanging fruit. I can't stand the low-hanging fruit. I really can't. I want to burn them from the root up. I just can't stand them. I cannot stand them.
Damn.
This is the thing, though. It's crazy because the show separates itself. And the reason it does is because the people you have on, or the people I have on at least, I got respect for them. They not. I done talked to them, and I know they're not just mouth breathers, bro. They're bringing something to the table. And one thing, and this is my last point, and then I want to get back to boxing. But one thing I always say, man, I talk to y'all, man. Me and the historian, me and Jimmy Crush, Brian Corbett, me and you, Troy. You know what I'm saying? Lisa Beth. I done been in chats with y'all so many times. You know what I'm saying? Y'all done seen my opinion on fighters. I done seen y'all opinion, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't have that opportunity to get the chance to know y'all always. And one thing,
Right.
I talk to y'all so much, respectfully, of course. I talk to y'all, but I want to know who am I talking to? Yeah, and that's why this is why the show is here. This is why we rock with Right Side, because I need to know the people I'm talking to, and that's it's been so interesting to me that we ain't got fighters over here. We ain't got trainers and managers. We may do that. We may. But at the end of the day, man, I'm talking to the people. I'm talking to the people.
You have a harder job. You have a much harder job than I do because, see, I talk to people who've been in the sport before and all that. You have to pull something out of somebody. Major Key's easy. He actually wants to share. He's honestly, people think that he's out of the two of us. He's the one that's more giving. And more outgoing. I'm the one with the attitude that says I don't want to meet nobody new. I don't care. I don't trust people.
I guarantee this. If you come over for an interview, I guarantee I pull some shit out you didn't even think was going to, respectfully, of course, respectfully.
I'm Fort Knox, baby. I'm Fort Knox. I'm not covered.
But no, but we got to move. I want to move back quick. And I want to open it up because I felt like I had, there was energy there when we were talking about Tank and Shakur, right? I felt like BC had something to say, Crush had something to say, Lisa has something to say. So we're gonna go with Lisa, and we're gonna move it around, man. Yeah, hey, put it out.
Yeah,
it's open. The panel is open. I'm not gonna moderate it like that. But I will ask one last thing. One mic, please. One mic, and everybody respond accordingly. Mike.
Okay, I'm gonna rephrase what I stated earlier. No, it's what he did was he got through that fight. He broke his hand and he triumphed. He got the dub as dub right side dub. You know what I mean? So he got the win. So that's a great thing. But what I should have stated was that this is nothing, fighters go through adversities, and that's what makes fighters great. The adversities they go through, and they persevere, and that's why I just mentioned like the Harry Grebs and TBH mentioned Joe Frazier, and I think Troy Graham had mentioned him. These fighters go through different things. I think Floyd's hand was broke, wasn't it, when he fought Castile the first time?
He all the time.
He broke his hand multiple times. Respect. Go ahead.
Yeah. I know. I realized that. Yeah, but I was just saying in that. So it's just like it's just what you go through, the adverse, which is how you persevere through adversity. So right. Of course, it was good that he got the win or whatever. That's all. But I was mentioning you got like people that were actually blind. These are the things that people don't talk about. Like it's just so important for us to remember these past greats, and we have to shed light on them too, because we always talk about just the last from Floyd on down, or from or Sugar Ray, but sometimes we got to go back. That's all.
Yes, you do, but let me say this, then I'll shut up. If you want to see a tough fight and a tough man, Tommy Morrison fought Joe Hip. Big tough fight, all right? Tommy Morrison broke both his hands in that damn fight and still knocked out Joe Hip. He knocked him out. And Joe Hip is no slouch. He's no slouch in there.
Heavyweight is different. May I say something respectfully, Right Side? So boom, because I grew up and I was an athlete. I don't know if you've ever broken your hand before, but in a fight, that's some shit. And to have the mind to be able to think your way through somebody hitting your ass, and you have one hand. And if you even if you've never played a sport, you understand the art of war. Like, if there is a weakness, if there is a chink in that person's armor, you go for it. And to watch Tank fight for half of that fight that way and still perform so brilliantly, that let me know, like, hey man, this guy got wrinkles to his game that we ain't never seen. We just so spoiled as fans of him and as spectators of watching him have these spectacular highlight reel punches when they weren't coming. We were kind of lulled to sleep, like, oh, look at this, instead of looking at it like, yo, look at how many. I put myself in a scenario like I broke my wrist in the middle of a basketball game and kept playing. And what am I going to act like it didn't hinder my team?
Well, this is what they signed up for, though, right? It's a combat sport. It's a physical, athletic endeavor. This is what they signed up for, Shit happens in the ring, it's like you're saying, it's war, right? So, I mean, either these guys are warriors or the victims, right? So that's the thing with me. Like Canelo, when he broke his hand against Liam Smith, I mean, or when Lomachenko's shoulder was hurt, hey, look, you signed the contract. That's your problem, Same if he breaks his hand in the ring. Was it broken? I'll be honest, he looked shaky a lot earlier than round 4, which is where he claimed he broke his hand, right? He was getting pushed back in exchanges.
You saying Tank did, Jimmy?
Yeah.
You said Tank?
Yeah, he said he broke it in round 4. He said he broke it in round 4 or 5. Yeah, it might have been 4 or 5, I'm not sure, but even before the mid-rounds, Tank was looking shaky. Isaac Cruz's pressure, his awkward style was giving Tank a lot of problems because he was being pushed back in the exchanges, looked uncomfortable. That guy's a guy that dips quite low, so he broke his hand. But again, it's, you're in the middle of combat. You breaking your hand is your problem. It's like if a chef burns a souffle, right, and he has to take a delivery, well, that's your problem. I don't really give these fighters sort of like victim cards or passes, or you get paid millions of dollars to do a job. If you break your hand, tough shit, buy down your gum shield and get the job done.
But everybody can't make that adjustment. That's
But we gotta
why.
But we gotta say this. We do have to say this. When we see somebody like Tank Davis who breaks his hand, he's still right. We see somebody like Lomachenko who has a shoulder injury. He loses his fight. We see somebody like Gary Russell, who real quick, we see somebody like Gary Russell.
Arguably,
he lost his fight.
Arguably,
and so all I'm saying, arguably, okay, we can argue about all of it, but at the end of the day, this is what the scorecards produced. And so what I'm saying is that regardless, and I agree with Jimmy in this situation, bro. This is a combat sport. You sign up for the smoke. And when you're going to sign up for the smoke, if you get hurt, then, hey, I mean, am I supposed to give you extra credit? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say that.
I mean, you kind of have to, because it's the unseen variable. It's like when the Patriots came out and ran Mike Vrabel as a tight end. Like, how the fuck do you prepare for that?
No,
but you have to
understand. This is the difference. Hold on, real quick. This is the difference. The difference is when you bring up, and we got to get to Crush, because I know my brother Crush want to get in on the subject, and I need to hear from Piero, and I need to hear from boxing historian. I apologize. It's a lot of people. We all talking. All I'm saying is that I can't sit here and say that's the same thing when these are adjustments being made from a certain perspective. Right. And when I say a perspective, I'm saying these are coaches looking and saying we're adjusting this way. We want to put Vrabel in. Vrabel's not hurt. He's not hurt. Even though it's not a hurt individual. No, we're talking about individuals who don't have a certain thing that they're looking for. Shoulder injuries. When we talk about Gary Russell, and when we talk about Lomachenko, and then we talk about a broken hand. Although I understand where you're coming from, all I'm saying is you signed up for the hurt game. That's what boxing is. It's the hurt game. And so if you're gonna sign up, you gotta get in there and fight. And if you injure yourself during the match, then it is what it is. You gotta figure a way through that. Crush, go ahead. I apologize for being long-winded. And then BC, I want to come back to you in a second. Give me one. Go ahead, Crush.
This whole thing started because of what I said, right? Now let me correct all y'all on something. I wasn't giving Tank no goddamn extra credit, because that's what it sounded like everybody saying I was doing. I was not giving no extra credit. What I was doing is just pointing out something. Okay, if you and plenty of boxers have done it, athletes have done it. That comes to show how good you really are, because you facing an adversity in there along with other ones. It's like with Jordan gets all this fucking credit for when he had the flu, whatever the case may be. My point is that people try to pick out so many points to downgrade Tank Davis. And I'm like, for what? And I'm going to say, really, for a lot of hate, or some people really don't understand boxing, or their comprehension of boxing IQ ain't that damn high. Okay? So, and talking about this Pitbull Cruz, this vicious guy and all that. Pitbull Cruz got all his credit where he should have won. He ain't do shit and he lost. Point blank period, he lost on the card. Okay? He lost on the course. His two hands couldn't give him enough points to beat a man with one hand. Point blank period. Now, here's my other thing. Everybody with all this shit that Tank is always down on the cards every time he fights somebody is freaking false. All right? Freaking false. You do not understand boxing. For anybody to say Rolly Romero was outboxing Tank, question yourself and ask yourself, what's the etymology of boxing? Because I'm gonna correct your ass right now. Rolly Romero is not a boxer. He's a fighter. Okay?
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Go ahead,
Let me finish real quick. Go back. Watch that fight a few more times, right? And because everything that people said he was doing, I watched this fight 10 times. This dude didn't do all this shit that people were saying he was doing. But the whole thing is with this, it's not about how the motherfucker you start, it's about how you finish, because so many fighters, and I mean better names than Tank, down on the cards. How many times Floyd's been down on the card? How many times Wilder or anybody been down on the card, but they make it happen? That doesn't mean that makes you any less of a boxer. But then sometimes you give it too much credit to people who's not that good. That's all I got to say, man.
I'm not sure we ever saw Floyd down on the cards, but want to go ahead and give everybody. What cards was Floyd down on, bro? All right, hold on. We'll come back.
I didn't agree with it. This was people were saying, Doug, you gotta pay attention to what Crush is saying. I never agreed with that shit. That's why I went to with people about it. But you know, they was throwing it out there. Oh, he was down on the cards against Castile. He's down on the cards against Madonna. He was down on the cards against Chop Corley. I'm like,
they were champions, though, not journeymen. Yeah, but those are champions, not journeymen, though. Guys like Rowley, Isaac Cruz. I mean, these guys, most fans call these guys bums, right? I'm not saying they're bums, but most average casual fans look at guys like Rowley, Isaac Cruz, washed up Gamboa, and they use the word bum a lot. So when you're getting outboxed by quote unquote bums, I don't know, man, it's not a good look.
Who was getting outboxed by quote unquote bums? Where, bro? Like you before you break it down to us, and you gonna explain to us how many bums was motherfucking outboxing Tank? Cause I don't know what fight you was watching, bro. Go ahead, break it down to us.
First of all, bro, I feel like you're getting way too emotional. Rolly Romero, a lot of people do call bombs. No, this is a guy that got schooled by Martinez. He's a non-factor at lightweight. Rolly Romero has never been anything good. He's never even been a B-level fighter. No one has ever considered him anything. Isaac Cruz, a late replacement, a guy, again, no one had ever heard of. These guys are non-players in the lightweight division. And when you're looking terrible against them, then a lot of people have to question your A-level fighter. You know, it's like if Canelo was getting outboxed by Rocky Fielding or Yildirim, would we sit here and say, oh, Canelo, man, he's a A-level fighter because Rocky Fielding and Yildirim outboxed him for 6 rounds, and then he walked them onto the shot, or went life and death with Rocky Fielding and was lucky on the cards. Like, these are the dudes we're talking about, right?
Now, I'm not gonna. So real quick,
I'm talking about the guys he said that was outboxing Tank. Give me the proof. That's all I'm asking. I wasn't being over emotional, bro. So I'm talking about.
No, if you watch the Rolly Romero fight, right, there's no way right? Early on in that fight, you thought Tank was winning, and if you do think he was winning, then you must have been intoxicated.
Why I have to be intoxicated? I can say that about you.
All right, hold on. Wait a minute. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that on the panel. We're not gonna. Hold on, real quick. We're not gonna talk about it. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna keep it boxing.
It's been peaceful all night. Yeah.
Right. We're not gonna insult individuals. Real quick, Chris. And my cook. Then we're gonna pass it around, but. One thing we're not gonna let's not insult each other, man. We all love the sport of boxing. We love the sport, and so let's just keep it boxing and let's not take it there. Let's keep it boxing, please. Respect.
I'm gonna keep
Go
it
ahead,
boxing.
Chris.
We can set up a debate though, bro. We can set up a debate a different time. That's all.
Hey, if y'all, you know, I fuck with my brother Knock. Hey, I will, Jimmy. I know you fuck with him, Crush. I know we can put a debate together if y'all want to do that. But let's talk about doing that.
You know what I mean?
And Mr. Crusher, that's why I came back and I said, let me rephrase what I said earlier, because like I stated, you know, him, like I talked about him persevering through the adversity, because I've never had a broken hand. I've had a broken ankle, so I don't know what that's like to fight through a broken ankle. I mean a broken hand, you know, and still use my other. He couldn't use that hand as much, so he had to use the other hand, and you know, that's basically what I was saying. You know, and that's what separates. You know, they talk about, you know, the greatness or whatever from different fighters, because it's like you have to like there's gonna be times when you're faced with stuff, and you have to use your tools, you know. So I had to come back and say that, because
I apologize for cutting you off. I apologize, brother. To the brother Zeke, the Sneak, whoever you are, brother. We're not over here disrespecting each other. That ain't what goes on over here. There is no such thing as free smoke over here, because we want to keep it a buck, and we want to talk boxing and keep it respectful to one another. We're not going to do that. And so somebody, my brother always, he done got him out the chat, but we're not going to do that. Go ahead, Lisa. I apologize for cutting you off.
Yeah, so I was just saying, yeah, so you know, it's a matter of going through those things and like adapting. What's the word? Like, you gotta, you know, when you faced with those type of things, what are you gonna do? So yeah, so I gave him credit for that. That's why I was just saying, you know, like these things happen, and you know, fighters go like George Foreman had a. Oh, go ahead. George Foreman.
We done respectfully. I apologize, Lisa. We done cut my brother Historian and Piero out, both of them, to get in and to give their perspective of this.
Sorry.
No, you good, Queen. You know, it's always love. I want to go to my brother Piero first, and then I want to go to Historian. Only reason is because Piero, I don't think you done said anything tonight. So go ahead, Piero.
Shit.
Let me know if you need a question. Do you need a question, Piero?
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm gonna go to BH first. Go to BH first. It's just I'll do something real quick.
Historian, break it down, man. Talk. You've heard what the conversation is tonight, man. Speak on it, Historian. Respectfully, of course, respectfully. All right. It don't seem like the historian is there. Respectfully, of course. Jimmy.
Yeah, bro.
There's energy there. I do want to go back to Crush real quick, because I want him to make sure he gets his point out as far as how he sees these fights, and I got to get my brother BC in here as well, Brian Corbett. Let's go to Brian, then we're gonna Crush, then we coming to you, Jimmy, and we'll spin the block again.
It's still a toss up for me, because the difference is Tank's power, and I don't think that Shakur or Devin underestimate his boxing IQ. I think it is us as the viewer that do that and have those type of obscure opinions. But I think Shakur is intelligent enough to smother him and frustrate him. And I don't know if that's in Shakur's favor or to his detriment. So it is a straight up 50-50. All three of them guys, it's a 50-50. And that's when my bias comes in. That's why I try to keep my opinion to myself.
No, wait a minute. We don't want you to keep your opinion.
No. I have no horse in that race. My guy is Devin, but it's a 50-50 fight with all three of those guys, and it's kind of like it just depends on who shows up that night. And I won't act like I don't. Yes, it is the Hurt Business. Yes, but there are.
You know what's so interesting though, and I'll pass the mic after I say this. You know what's interesting. As boxing fans, we will all agree that the bigger skilled fighter usually beats the smaller skilled fighter. We would all agree on that, correct?
Correct.
So, in this situation, Devin is the bigger skilled fighter against all these dudes. Skilled fighter. And so it's interesting to me that we can all agree that usually this is how things work in the sport of boxing. But then when I say Devin gonna beat these dudes, it's like, nah. You don't know what you're talking about. Somebody break it down for me. I'm gonna open it up. Anybody who want to speak on it. But I just find that very interesting.
I think a lot of fans, they fall in love with like characters. So a Tank, he's kind of more of a flamboyant character, and he's more of an aggressive fighter as well in the ring. So I think a lot of fans are drawn to him a little more. With Devin Haney, he's a little more subtle, and just goes about his business, like a lightweight. Look at the run he's won on Linares, Jojo, Kambosos, and now Lomachenko. He's a dude that, he doesn't talk about it. He is about it. With Tank, okay, he's making a lot of threats on Twitter, but in the ring, who's he fighting? Guys no one cares about. And then outside the ring, he's, running women over, choking out women at basketball games. And a lot of people, a lot of fans sometimes are drawn to that. They like the menace to society, right? So it really depends,
Nah, Jimmy, I gotta be fair. I don't want to disrespect Tank. Let's not do that, because I understand where you're coming from, right? Yeah. But we have also seen where individuals have put or tried to put cases on Tank and then came out and said, "No, I was lying about that." That's a fact. So all I'm saying is I don't think that's fair to bring that up when we're talking about boxing. At the end of the day, if you tell me that Tank, hell, you can come tell me that Tank knocked everybody out. At least, I'm just saying, keep it boxing. Let's not take it outside the ring. That's all.
I mean, the right side, that's never gonna leave.
Lisa Bell, don't do me like. Go ahead, talk.
But people always gonna bring that up.
Is that fair?
I don't know, because I'm not in the court system to know what's going on or following the case like that. What I'm saying is, you see it happening to so many people. People change their lives. I'm not saying that you can't change your life. You can change your life. But what I'm saying is, people are always going to bring that up.
But let me say this. Now, if we're talking about the situation now, right, when we're talking about the quote-unquote hit and run that I believe Tank has pleaded guilty, if we're talking about that, that's one thing. When we start talking domestic violence, right, and Tank has been exonerated of that, we can't hold that against him.
No. Right side. I'm talking about, on the video when he's grabbing his girlfriend at the stage.
No. Yeah. When he did that at the basketball game.
Yeah. And then before that,
I can't defend that. I can't defend it. I'm not trying to.
You shouldn't have to. We're talking about boxing. We're not talking about this man as a character.
Right.
No, a lot of fans, they like that. They like the bad boy. A lot of fans do like that. That's why Stone Cold Steve Austin was so popular in wrestling. You know.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we
people
gonna keep it
316,
Yeah,
baby, 316.
Drinking
Drinking the goddamn beers out that motherfucker.
and try to incriminate this guy, make him a criminal because guess what? We can talk all this shit. He grabbed his baby mom by the neck or whatever. Guess what? It ain't none of our business. Guess what? Ain't no charges on. He's not. It ain't on his paperwork. So everybody's seeing this guy's a convict. He's not a convict. Okay. He got this situation coming up with this hit and run. Let's just leave it at that. We talking boxing. We not talking personal shit.
Let's keep it boxing. Let's keep it boxing.
We talking combination and tabs and all that stuff.
I know, Jimmy. And this is the thing. I gotta say, I do understand where Jimmy is coming from. I understand it.
Kovalev.
But we gotta keep it boxing, bro. Because yeah, I was gonna say if we move this way against Tank, then it starts a conversation for so many different and these conversations for these other fighters never happened. So why are we bringing it up when it's Tank? Let's keep it boxing.
Arturo Gotti.
They did way more worse shit than Tank. Actually beating up women, you see their faces all broken up and all that. No evidence of Tank. They murdering women, raping children and all that. But y'all ain't jumping on their asses, but y'all want to jump on Lord Tank. Come on, man.
That's why I say let's just keep it boxing and speak on the sport. And then we I'm
not here to defend none of these people at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know them. I didn't follow the cases like that. But what I was saying is that's unfortunately that's something that's always gonna come back. That video thing, it's always gonna be something that because it was on video.
Yeah, but the whole thing about the video, he didn't do anything in the damn video, but had a face full of spit, and he telling the woman, don't, stop putting your hands on me. Then she turned around and say loud, but the situation that
No, I'm talking about the other video. Yeah.
When he choked his girlfriend out again and dragged her.
The hit and run, that's what everybody should be talking about, if anything, or shouldn't be talking about anything at all. Okay, at the basketball game, he grabbed his baby mama and threw out. He ain't smacked her, punch and none of that. They didn't get no charges pressed against him for that. So why are we talking about it? We seen plenty of people grab somebody. I don't condone it, but I'm going to mind my business. I'm not going to keep on criminalizing this guy for something he didn't even get convicted of.
No, I'll tell you why, though. I'll tell you why. When
These people are public figures. This is what happens. Whether I like it or not, they public figures. That's off the people talk about the president. They talk about these people. I don't personally. I could care less. But what I'm saying is, once you become a public figure, that's your life is going to be scrutinized.
Yeah, and there's a lot of fans that defend that, like yourself. So yeah, Tank does have a lot of fans.
Than Tank, but. Even though it's going to come up, but that don't mean we got to bring it up. We supposed to be talking about the boxing aspect of it. You see what I'm saying?
But why are you so worried? I don't sound like so worried.
All that other stuff. You know what I mean? Every public figure that did some effed up stuff in life, way more worse.
Every human being.
They still a human being.
Every human being has done something wrong. Hey, right side. Thank you for your time, brother. It is my time to check out. Everybody on the panel.
Real quick, BC, because I'm glad you said I'm getting ready to shut it down now. I want to get everybody last words. And so, man, I got to start with, and we're going to go in reverse order, respectfully. Piro, man, I know you ain't saying too much tonight, man. You know I got a lot of love for you, Piro. And Piro will be featured in upcoming interview. He will be featured. Okay. And so, Piro, man, give your last words, man. Thank you for coming through. Much love to you. You know it's always love, brother.
No worries, Dub. Thanks for having me. Sorry, man. I was just I jumped in. I wanted to get into a conversation, but I was just doing some things and I got distracted. But thanks for having me, man. And I'll be on the next one, bro. Peace.
Hey, looking forward to having you on. Looking forward to having you on, brother. My brother, historian, is in the building, man. Thank you for coming through, man. Give me your last words. I got to get you on the show as well, historian. And It's all out of love. It's all out of love. Go ahead, my brother. Historian, are you there? You're on mute if you are. You're on mute.
Yeah, you're on mute.
We're gonna come back to you. Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy, you know I fuck with you as well. Got to get you on the show. Jimmy, man, give me your last words, man. Much love to you. Thank you for coming through. Shout out to the UK, man. I got a lot of love for you over there.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Thanks for having me on. Another great show, Right Side. Like I said, man, you're one of the most passionate and knowledgeable fans out there. I love your energy. I love your channel. Keep up the good work, man. You're pushing out some really good content. And I'll be honest, man, some of these panels that you've got, they're really good, though, because you can't have free smoke all the time. Sometimes it's good just to talk boxing. And I need to get a little spicy back there for a second. But yeah, man, I love the rules you've got, because there has to be some kind of discipline. And yeah, bro, good luck to you, and God bless.
Appreciate you, Jimmy, man. It's always love. Got to get you on the show, man. Definitely want to hear your story, especially coming from the UK perspective. I got a lot of love for you. Appreciate you, Jimmy. Much love to you. Crush. The OG is in the building, man. And hey, I ain't gonna hold you, Crush, man. I want to make sure I say this the right way. You done pushed me in certain directions to do certain things, and man, I got so much love and respect for you. I thank you, and you come with that New York personality, that New York style, man. I got a lot of love for you, OG.
I'm a Philly cat, bro, but I appreciate that. I'm a stone cold Philly cat.
Hold on, wait. You not a New York cat?
I'm from Philly, bro. I'm from Philly.
Oh, no.
Hey, Dub, before we go there, hey, Dub, I'm from Philly, dog. I'm surprised you ain't been paying attention, bro. Yeah, I'm a diehard Philly guy. Same neighborhood as Beanie Siegel, Black Sword. Oh, you gotta when you get me on your joint. I got some gems, man. I got that hip hop background and all that. We'll talk about it, man. But yeah, I'm a Philly cat. But shout out to New York. That's my other home. I got over there in New York. But
all the legends. Yeah, I would love to hear your story. Yeah.
Chris, I gotta have you on. Man, I'm mad at that. We'll talk about it. We will talk about it.
Yeah, from Brick City, yeah. And you from Philly. Hey, I respect all your Philly fighters. I said earlier, you guys got some of the best fighters to me in the Midwest.
Yeah, appreciate that. And a lot of cats from different parts of Jersey be coming over Philly.
Mm-hmm.
To get their the earlier part of their pro career and stuff like that. So I got to meet some of the guys from Jersey. I knew about Shakur for a long time. Actually got to do like before he turned professional. So I'm like, this is a fucking demon. This is problem child. You know how you say his look? Yo, the motherfucker is a demon for real. He's the problem child and Damon Omen mixed up in a little handsome face with fucking dimples. He's a fucking problem.
Hey,
y'all know how it is. Real quick. You talk about hood of all hoods. I know. I
hold on,
just about every hood in the country. So
Matthew Saad Muhammad, baby. You know how it is.
Jersey, different parts of Jersey used to come over and come to the gym, get some sparring sessions, and even fight. Doing for the Golden Glove trials and stuff like that. So I got familiar with a lot of guys from New Jersey just from that, and it's right next to Philly, and Jersey's right in between Philly and New York. But yeah,
Crush, can you hear me?
It's gonna be dope, man. Hopefully we really get to see the three kings, is what I call them. Hopefully we actually do get to see the three kings fight each other, because I really can't pick one over the other. Even people give Tank the advantage because of the power. I'm like, no, it's 50-50 all the way. But it's very interesting to see what's going to happen. I don't see nobody beating those guys besides those three. I think they can beat everyone else that's in that way. But when it comes to those three guys, it's a 50-50.
Man, hey man, can anybody hear me on my own motherfucking panel?
We hear you, bro.
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. I gotta my nigga Crush, I gotta ask. I gotta get you on the show. Well, I thought you were from New York, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. I thought you was from New York. You really from Philly. Now, I'm trying to hear all, man, I need, bruh, gotta have you on the show, brother. Gotta have you on the show. Can we make that happen?
The hell?
We'll talk about it next time. I don't know what happened. Crush, can you hear me? All right. We're going to my brother BC, man. BC, man, give your last words, brother. Gotta have you on the show as well, Brian. Gotta have
Hey
you on the show.
man, listen, I'm with it. I want to thank you. You know you cool, right side. We've been in each other's chats we've been around these streets for a minute.
We the family.
You cool. I always got the utmost respect. Your panel is cool. Respect to all of you all. I'm gonna turn it in because even though I'm off my first job, I still gotta work my second one.
I ain't mad at it. Hey, BC, we gotta get you on, bro. And like I always say, everybody got something to offer. People, it's funny to me that people think that, oh no, this person they doing content. No, just because they doing content don't mean they offering more than you. And till we keep that we gotta have that understanding, man. So shout out to you, BC, man. Brian Corbett in the building, man. Much love to you.
Thank you, brother.
And, I look forward to talking to you again. And we gotta have you on the show, brother. We gotta have you on the show.
Thank you, brother. Good night to all y'all.
Take it easy now, bro.
Good night, bro.
We got my brother. Lisa, you gonna be last tonight. Lisa, you are last. We got my brother, the historian, in the building. Historian, you there?
I wonder if he went to sleep.
He might have fell out on us, man. He might have fell out on us. Well, look, we're going to do it this way. Lisa, would you be willing to be the first female to come on by themselves on the show? Oh, no. You'll be the second. Kwee, she came on. She had a hell of an interview with Kwee. Lisa, I want to have you on the show. Would you be willing to do it?
Yes, you just gotta we gotta figure out a time and date.
We will talk about a time and a date. I'll drop my information in the private chat, and just hit me up. Hit me up.
Yeah, your email is on your okay, got you.
My email is on my it is.
Yeah.
Lisa,
gotcha.
Man, I do want to say thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, anytime. Thanks for having me, Dub Rightside. It's always an honor and a pleasure, chopping it up with you.
But one reason I thank you is because you've shown me so much love, and it's always nice to go to a chat, you know what I'm saying, and then have somebody who's going to show you love. And anytime you over there, you always show me love, and I appreciate that. I really do. And I thank you and got so much love.
Absolutely.
Respect, and thank you so very much, man. It means a lot. It means a lot. It is what it is. So
yeah, it means a lot. Thank you so much. And it means a lot for you to have me on your panel and chopping it up, talking about boxing, and it's just it's just such a blessing to talk boxing with people, because a lot of people in my personal life, they don't talk about boxing.
they can't talk about. Man, I found myself here because, like you just said, I can talk about Georgia football, the Cowboys. I can talk about all of that in my regular. I cannot talk boxing with the majority of my friends because they have no clue about the sport. They have no clue. And
nah.
It's always good to be able to jump on with y'all and talk to people who do understand the sport. You feel me? So, thank you, Queen, man. Much love.
Yeah, man.
Gotta have you on. And man,
this show was fire. Yeah. And I'm those questions you was asking was good about the fantasy. I like that. I like that take. I like that. You had a different spin on it. I like how you did that.
If I told you what I believe, the majority of the time the conversation gonna go one way. It ain't about me. It's about you in this situation.
Hey, it's never everybody's entitled to their opinions. See, that's the thing. Once we learn that we can agree to disagree without being disagreeable, then life will be so much better. It ain't that deep, a lot of this stuff.
So much easier.
If it ain't fact, stat, or data, it really don't even matter. You know what I mean? As far as, this is fantasy. This is just people's opinions, or stylistic breakdowns. But we won't know nothing like the young man just said. Them three kings got to get in that ring. And the last man standing, or that's who the man is.
And that's what we want to see. Regardless of who wins, we want to see him get it in. But Lisa, thank you so much. And I got so much love for you, and I really appreciate you, Queen. I really do. And so
likewise, fam. Likewise.
We will do it again when I see you. You know what it is, man. And I appreciate everybody coming on tonight. Major Key. You know what I'm saying? Y'all make sure y'all go sub to Major Key, sub to Lisa Bell. Man, y'all go sub to all these channels, man. Because
I don't make content.
You should. Respectfully.
Nah, I don't want to. I don't have the temperament for it.
You got the...
No, I don't. Trust me, I don't have the temperament. Just because I come on, that don't mean I don't get mad. Just because I don't get mad, that don't mean I won't curse nobody out.
Man, I ain't never seen
shit.
I need to see the. I don't need to, but I want to see the raw.
I don't have the temperament to do a show.
We'll talk about it.
Nah, I don't. I haven't done it yet. I don't think I would do it. Yeah, but I love supporting you guys. Just ain't got it in me.
And I thank you for supporting. I thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all make sure y'all hit the right way, man. Make sure y'all go and sub to Major Key. Lisa say she ain't doing no content. Respectfully, of course. Respectfully.
Hell to the no.
All right, man. I'm out for the night, man. Lisa, thank you.
All right. Take care, fam.
Much love.
All right.
Much love.
All right. Have a good evening.
A great show tonight, man. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to Major Key. And, man, we're going to next believe we have Ben Israel. Ben Israel will be live next week with us. I believe that's the 28th. Let me make sure I get the date correct. Yeah. So next Thursday, man, we're going to have Ben Israel on the show. And if you don't know Ben Israel, the brother going to come with the smoke. He's going to come with the opinions. And, man, I'm excited for it. Thank y'all for coming through. Always remember, when you over here, man, you rocking with the right side, and we only do it the right way. You know what I'm saying? And so to end the show, we got to hit y'all with... And for the people who don't think I'm a Bud Crawford fan, listen to this.
Bud Crawford is a fight fan, and he's a fight fan's fighter.
The Ennis Express is a runaway train.
Ain't no pressure when you built for this.
Man down, round one. The truth hurts.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the undefeated super flyweight from San Antonio, Texas, Jesse Bam Rodriguez! The universally recognized undisputed lightweight champion of the world, Devin the